Imelda Orbito.
And lastly, there will be the second session, which will be talking about incorporating climate risk consideration within investor portfolio assessment by Mrs. Putri Nur Astiwi, Mr. Rufaldi Hernanda, and Mr. Riri Shanti.
To start today's seminar, we are pleased to have Mrs. Luluk Widiawati as the head of the Accounting Department FEB UI. To Ms. Luluk, we welcome you to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope everyone is safe and healthy and happy. Today is quite a cloudy Saturday morning, but I hope everyone has a good spirit. So thank you for the committee for inviting us. Obviously, we from the Department of Accounting at the Faculty of Economics and Business at Universitas Indonesia really happy that the students are able to execute and obviously help this very interesting session and very interesting seminar for everyone, which is on a very, very important issue as the seminar theme is today about approaching net zero, counteracting climate change to enforce an imperishable impact. Obviously, maybe for some of you might have questions on what is this about climate change and how does it relate to businesses, especially to accounting. But climate change will affect everything and everyone, and obviously the younger generations. So I think everyone here is younger than me, I guess, right? So your generations will be the one who were affected the most, and you will be the one who has to deal with all the issues related to climate change, including the issue in the how businesses will operate later on with all of these changes that are happening due to climate change. Maybe it will be about the water scarcity, the extreme weather. There will be in 2025, I am sure everyone understand about the carbon tax that will be implemented in Indonesia. And maybe later on, Pak Zaki, as the keynote speaker, will also explain about the possible carbon trading scheme that will be implemented as well. And all of this will involve one way or another money, fund. And as accountant, you're dealing with fund, with money, or you're also dealing with how to report on information and data for decision making, especially also on how to make sure that your data is accountable, how to create transparency within the data, the informations. And I'm sure later on, Bu Imelda from Deloitte will also talk about the role of accountant in the assurance professions. So again, climate change is a really important issue and also a really good opportunity, I guess, for everyone involved in accounting profession in seeing what will be the profession looks like in the future. So in the future, profession or professional accountant might not only calculating and reporting about the financial value of company, but might also have to report on their environmental and social value. And that's where you guys as an accountant will have a significant role on it. So I applaud the Committee of Indonesian Accounting Fair on raising the awareness of this issue. And I hope everyone who attend this seminar today will get the knowledge and also awareness, and hopefully you also will get some skills that will obviously help you to later on deciding on what you can contribute toward the climate change and toward the net zero. Thank you, and I wish all of the best for the committee and also all the best for all the participants today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Luluk Widayati, for the speech. Next, please welcome Viandra Diarsa as Chief Executive of Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan FEB UI. To Viandra, we welcome you to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. The Honorable Ms. Lulu Widiawati, as the representation of the Accounting Department, Faculty of Economic and Business Universitas Indonesia, Ms. Siti Nuriana and Ms. Desi Yuliana as today's moderators. The speakers, Mr. Zagi Yakana Berian, Ms. Imelda M. Orbito, Ms. Riri Santi, Ms. Putri Nur Astiwi, and Mr. Luvaldi Hernanda, and also all the dear participants of the international seminar. I welcome you all to today's event. First of all, let us give our gratitude for the presence of God, because by His grace, He has gathered us all here to participate in today's seminar. My name is Kade Fiandra Diarsa, as the Chief Executive of Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan, Universitas Indonesia, which is the Accounting Student Association in Universitas Indonesia. In this opportunity, I would like to give thanks to Ms. Siti Nuriana, Ms. Desi Yuliana, and all the amazing speakers that have spared their time to participate in today's seminar as moderators and speakers. I would also like to give my biggest appreciation to the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair Committee for being able to organize this huge and very much awaited event. Finally, I also want to say thank you for all the participants who have registered and present right now in today's seminar. Indonesia Accounting Fair is the biggest and the oldest international annual accounting event organized by the accounting student of Universitas Indonesia. And today's event, the international seminar, is one of its main program. This year's international seminar has main theme of approaching net zero to contracting climate change to enforce an imperishable impact. I hope that this seminar can give insights regarding how to achieve net zero to overcome the impacts that arise due to climate change on business operations. Let us all enjoy today's event and gain many insights from all speakers that are undoubtedly experts on their own fields. That is all from me. I'm sorry if there is any mistake from my speech. I wish you all a pleasant time during this international seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Viandra Diarsa, for the speech. Next, we are giving our warmest welcome to Michael Alexander Sutanto as the project officer of the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair to deliver an opening speech. To Michael, we welcome you to the stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. We are pleased to welcome every single one of you to the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair International Seminar. I hope you are all in good shape, stay safe, and stay healthy. My name is Michael Alexander Sutanto. I'm an accounting undergraduate student from the Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia. I'm currently acting as the project officer for the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair, the biggest and the oldest international scale annual accounting event held by university students in Indonesia. For 24 years, Indonesia Accounting Fair has always been striving to be the leading international accounting and business learning opportunity for students from all over Southeast Asia and also Europe, to help broaden their knowledge and horizon in regard to the latest accounting and business issues. Therefore, this year, we packed the vision through 3 main events, such as international seminar, accounting competition, and lastly, business case competition. Before going any further, let me express my deepest gratitude to several parties who have been heavily involved in the success of this event. First, let us thank to God for giving abundant blessings and protection for each of us, even during uncertainties. Second, I would like to thank Faculty of Economics and Business, University of Indonesia, and Studi Profesionalisme Akuntan, FEB-UI, for the continued support that has been given to us for 24 years full of commitment to the accounting world. Next, I would like to express my greatest appreciation to our notable speakers and experienced moderators for their willingness to share insightful knowledge and experience with the general public. It's an honor for us to have you here. Then, I also want to thank for all of our sponsors and partners for supporting this event. And last but absolutely not least, I would like to give my massive gratitude to the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair Committee for the hard work, dedication, and commitment to continue our vision and give the best results even during these ever-changing circumstances. This year, the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair proudly presents our grand theme, Approaching Net Zero, Counteracting Climate Change to Enforce an Imperishable Impact. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank every party that is involved and participated in this seminar. I hope all seminar participants can have a satisfying experience, have a broader knowledge, and valuable understanding after the completion of the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair International Seminar. I officially welcome you to Race Together for the perfection of business transformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michael Alexander Sutanto, for the speech.
Before we start the session, we would like to inform you that there will be attendance form before and after the break. We would like to remind you that participants will only receive their e-certificate only if they have filled out the form by scanning the QR code on the screen or check out the Zoom and YouTube chat box instead.
We are about to proceed to the keynote session with the theme of Securing the Future, Achieving Net Zero Emission to Enhance Sustainable Development. We are proud to mention that today we are accompanied by Mr. Zaki Yakanaberian.
Mr. Zaki Yakanaberian is a youth researcher that has experience in technology, innovation, utilization, resource assessment, and public policy in energy sector. He is dedicated to provide capacity building for youth in energy sector through Society of Renewable Energy with him as a founder.
Mr. Zaki often joins events underneath SRE, for instance, COP26 Glasgow, IRANA Youth Forum, Scientific Conference, along with several national and international events.
To Mr. Zaki, we welcome you to the stage.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, Your Excellency, Ibu Lulu Widiawati, my dear colleague who held this amazing agenda, 24th IAF, entitled by the Approaching Net Zero, Counteracting Climate Change to Enforce Imperishable Impact. First of all, I would like to express Mr. Yus apologize. He cannot attend to this meeting because his unhealthy condition. He really want to deliver his message and let me help to present his presentation on behalf of the Kadit Net Zero Hub and implementing partner through Society of Renewable Energy. My name is Zaki Berian. I'm founder of the Society of Renewable Energy Youth-led initiative, which focus on the climate and also the energy transition. Maybe I can be a suitable person who deliver the urgency of the climate change to our young generation, because our time is very limited. Can you guys help the presentation slide? Next. Okay, so we see a lot of scientific base regarding the climate change itself, and we are on the right way in the track and the pathline to achieve below 2 degrees Celsius, and we have to increase our ambitious target to achieve the 1.5 degrees Celsius. And we don't have any longer time to wait and see. We have to act now. And because the time is very limited, there will be a catastrophic disasters, and also a lot of population will be faced an extreme condition. We can imagine how the young generation, our future generation, cannot see the world that has been done by us. And to respond this, next slide, please. All the leaders already discuss and create some agreement. Next slide. The first is the Kyoto Protocol, held in the 97, which promotes GHG emission, and it mandates by 5% compared to the 90 level of the industrial, and to it's mandatory to develop nation, but without the unclear period. And then we are going to ratify the agreement and held by the Paris Agreement, and back then, which limiting the global increase temperature with 1.5 degree Celsius and applicable to every nation, the developed nation and the developing countries within 5 years revision target. And for now, there are 194 countries who already declared the national determined contribution, and 13 countries updated their NDC, include the Indonesia. And furthermore, there are 34 countries who have communicate of the long-term strategy, include Indonesia on our LTS, LCCR, or long-term strategies, low carbon and climate resilience. And the question is, how can we translate from the state level to the companies level? And this is the 3 major toolkit that already created, and we, young generation, can use all of the toolkits. The first one is the GHG protocol, established by 2001 by the WRR and the WBCSD, currently provide accounting platform for virtually every GHG reporting, especially from the Australia, India, Japan, Malaysia, UK, North America. And the second toolkit is the SBTI, Science Based Target Initiative, helping the companies to set the emission reduction or creating some baseline to achieve the Paris Agreement. SBTI working with the 2,200 companies and represent 38 trillion market cap globally. And last, Task Force on the Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. More than 3,800 organizations have the TCFD. And to summarize, the first one is you have to measure. The second is you have to set the plan. And the third is to disclose. Okay. Measures, plan, and disclose. And to understand the emission measurements, next. You have to know regarding the emission categories divided by the scope 1, scope 2, and the scope 3. The scope 1 is the direct emission from our operational, from our asset. We have to control it. And the second is the indirect emission, such as the electricity, steam, heating and cooling system. And last, the scope 3, all the activities from the assets that not owned by the companies, and we can call it by the value chain of the company itself. And you know, the scope 3 is account the huge amount of the emission. In the global companies already count the scope 3, but in several companies in Indonesia, they're still preparing how can they measure the scope 3 emission. Next. So this is the example of the GHG emission. You guys, as the accountant student, you have to understand how the inventory of the GHG emission itself. You see the scope 1 around 135 kilotons of the carbon dioxide, and the scope 2 are 394 kiloton of the carbon dioxide. And you know, you can divide it, the total emission within the total production that you guys already produce, and that's around 1.86 ton of the carbon dioxide per ton steel production. And this is the breakdown of the emission. In the scope 1, you see the stationary, mobile, and fugitive emission. And for the scope 2, the purchase electricity. And this is shown to all of us, the young generation have to aware how the GHG emission inventory itself. We have to advocate to our network that we have to drive a market to be a sustainable and choosing the product with the less emission or already committed the reduction target. You can see, guys, in the Kadin Net Zero Hub, all the companies who already committed to be net zero in the 2050, and you guys can promote your companies to be able targeted the net zero emission by themselves. Next. And then this is the example from the Adidas. You have to focus on the scope 3 itself. The scope 3 count the majority of the emission itself from the Adidas. And you know, all of the emission are conducted outside of the operational, or by the other words, in the value chain. You can imagine how can we drive the value chain itself. If we want to achieve the net zero target, we have to figure out how the scope 3 emission can drive more ambitious level. Next. And the second, we have to talk about the Science-Based Target Initiative. It's very simple and pretty clear to set the ambition target in line with the latest climate science. The first step, we have to set the near-term target within 5 to 10 years emission reduction aligned with the 1.5 degree Celsius. And the second, the long-term, no later than the 2050. Then we have to beyond our value chain mitigation, for instance, purchasing the high quality of the RDD plus and so on. And the last, neutralization of residual emission by counterbalance through permanent or storing the carbon itself through our reservoir. Next. As the framework, the Science-Based Target Initiative adapted by the global companies and growing significantly day by day, year by year, decade by decade. And this slide shows to all of us, more than 2,000 companies already joined the SBTI, and 1,100 already commitment in the net zero target. You can imagine from those kind of numbers, around 1,000 already approved the target and create 38 trillion in the market capitalization. It's a huge number of money and a huge number of opportunities, especially for the accountant student. And next, if we see the figures, you see the new target with the line in the 1.5 degrees Celsius count as the majority of the target from the companies. It shows us that the companies already increasing their ambitious planning to achieve the net zero. And in Indonesia, we already set the net zero target by 2060. And you know, in the 2060, that's the time that our generation, young generation, already in the top of the level, and we can drive more than ambitious level. And we have to act now. And then you can start in the individual level and increase to the group level. For instance, you can join the student chapter that focus on the sustainability. You can learn more regarding the sustainability in your major and so on. And next slides. To drive more the ambitious target. This is the example from the Adidas. And Adidas already committed to reduce by 30% of the value chain itself. They will lowering the emission until 2030, and they committed to be net zero by 2050 by bringing their value chain to already committed also to reduce their carbon emission during their operational. So the young generation, are we looking the initiative as the pressure to the companies, or we look further to create a future world? Next. And the third, the disclosure framework. The core recommendation start from the governance. We have to set within the governance strategy, and then we have to clarify our risk management system. And the last is we have to create some metric. This TCFD emphasizes the shift from sustainability metric ton only, such as water recycling, financial, and so on. And you can imagine we have to drive the companies, all of you in the futures, and you have to disclose your ambition through the TCFD framework. And the last, this is the message to young generation. The SBTI is really important. And this is the suitable strategy to achieve our target within 1.5 degrees Celsius. Some research show that the majority of the offsetting carbon through planting some trees and creating some nature-based solution. The majority of the research shown that they are worthless. Why? Because the operational still emitting some carbon dioxide. But when we talk about the SBTI, we talk about reduction of the emission during our operational. It means we lowering our activities and creating some sustainable development. And then I have to agree that the SBTI is very suitable for the companies right now. And when they achieve the target and have to counterbalance, and that time they can planting some trees and so on. And as the young generation, we have to learn more regarding the processing to be net zero in the companies itself. A lot of green jobs already occur in Indonesia. So you guys can join in the wave, can join in the trend to pursue the career in the sustainable development companies. And maybe that's all from me. Thank you so much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Zagi, for a clear and insightful speech. Mr. Zagi explained that the impact of climate change is more than just rising temperature, and by using the available toolkits, we can need to identify emission activities and create a plan to reduce emissions, because this will help us in the future and make sure the future of our generations.
Next, we will hand out the placard to Mr. Zagi Yakanaberian as our speaker for the keynote session.
We would like to invite Michael Alexander Sutanto as the project officer out of 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair to give the placard to the speaker. This will be accompanied by a group photo. So Michael, we welcome you to the stage.
Thank you, Mr. Zagi Yakanaberian. It is now time for the first session with the theme of Changing Tides, diving deeper into the effect of climate change on companies' assets. This session will be hosted by Mrs. Siti Nuriana and accompanied by our speaker, Mrs. Imelda Orbito.
We will now introduce you to the moderator of our first session.
Mrs. Siti Nuriana is a researcher and lecturer in accounting and tax at the Faculty of Economics and Business, Universitas Indonesia. She is the head of the academic quality of the faculty and is also a consultant in accounting, tax, and business.
She has received various international and national research grants. Her research spans accounting, tax, finance, governance, and sustainability. She contributes to academic literature by writing books and papers published in national and international referred journals. Currently, she provides a short-term expert consultation to Directorate General of Taxes, Ministry of Finance, Republic of Indonesia.
Before we start the session, we would like to mention that any questions for the speakers can be asked by raising your hands. Meanwhile, for our online participants, you may use the Zoom chat box.
Before moving on, we have exciting news for our offline participants. The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair is giving you special vouchers with Hana Sui for any offline participants participated in the Q&A session. Without further ado, we are pleased to invite Mrs. Siti Nuriana as our moderator to start the first session.
So due to unforeseen circumstances, Mrs. Siti Nuriana is still on the way here. Halo, apa kabar? How are you? Good? Well, still in the morning I think. Masih pagi, menjelang siang. So I believe you can speak bahasa too, right? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yeah, good afternoon everyone. Good afternoon. So how are you? Good, yeah? So welcome to the first seminar here. And then we have our speaker, distinguished speakers already here. And then we will have Ibu Imelda in the moment. Hold on. Okay. Okay, now, do you know the theme for the first seminar? So the themes for today is changing tides. Diving deeper into effects of climate change on companies' assets. And we are very pleased that our distinguished speaker is already here with us. Hold on. So sorry. So would you please come to our stage, Ibu Imelda? Okay. And then we can give applause once she's here with us. Okay. Okay, and then here, you remember what the day is today? What the date? 25th of February, yeah. I'm afraid you are lost. Okay, welcome to Ibu Imelda. Let's give applause, warm welcome. Thank you. How are you?
Bu. I'm good, Bu. Hello, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Should I sit,
Yes,
Bu?
have a seat. You know what happened? Yeah, actually we have also online one. And then it's expected actually it's around Indonesia and also some from abroad. And then it's about 400 to 500 participants actually. Yeah,
hello.
so they will have like competition session, but as a beginning, we have a seminar. Okay, before we move on, I'll just want to introduce Ibu Imelda. Yeah, Imelda is a partner in the Assurance Advisory Group and has more than 20 years of experience in the areas of auditing.
The old, yeah, Bu.
No, you're very young. Auditing, internal control, and advisory in the Philippines, Indonesia, and Guam, USA. That's Pacific Island somewhere
Yes,
there. Yeah, and Imelda is also currently the ESG country leader as well as the disruptive event advisory leader in Indonesia. She led various engagement teams in performing various risk-based audits as well as preparation and assessment of Sarbanes-Oxley compliance, internal audits, other IFRS, PSAK implementation assistance, and most recently ESG-related engagement. Okay, let's give one more applause to Imelda. Okay, Imelda, we will have about 45 minutes for your session, and after that we will follow with the question and answer. Okay. Okay.
Sure, Ibu.
Yeah. Do you know?
Should I start now?
You can start now.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I
thank you.
think, is it okay if I do sit over, go to the podium? So first and foremost, good morning, everybody. Is it good afternoon? So I am very, very excited to be here today. Similar to what Ibu said, I actually been I'm not a full ESG person, meaning I am more or less in terms of profession, let's see. Okay, in terms of profession, I am actually more of a financial person. So if you look at my CV a while ago, actually my background is audit, internal control, external audit. I'm actually right now part of the advisory services, focusing on the accounting issues, review of contracts, and then so many other pro forma financial statements. So maybe you're wondering, for somebody who has a background in accounting, why am I doing ESG? So I was discussing with Jonathan. I don't know if Jonathan is here, but I was asking in accounting, because I graduated from accounting, I was asking, does accounting graduate, financial graduate has an ESG topic right now? And he said there is some subjects which has an ESG more or less discussion, but it's not pure ESG. So, but the truth is, once you go out in the field, and I know most of people here are still accounting student, I was told, once you go on practice, professional practice, we expect that ESG will be one of the most hot topic, especially for you once you graduate. Why? Because ESG impacts everything. Although I know my topic right now is more on the effects of climate change in companies' asset, the truth is it's more than the climate. So when you talk about ESG, it has the environment, social, and then governance. So and these things, it is because more and more the reason that right now I am actually, even though I am a financial person, I am actually leading the ESG Indonesia practices. The reason for that is, once a company, and later on I'm going to show it to you, once a company enters into an ESG plans, strategies, or transformation later on, everything will impact financial statements. So if you are an investor, the first thing you're going to check is the financial statements. And if the company has so much ESG projects, what does it provides to the company? So being that the mirror to the company's financial stability, so they always look at the financial statements, and now it is an ESG, part of the ESG reporting. So that is in terms of the framework. So more and more regulators, investors, public want to understand what are the companies are doing in terms of their ESG. So what are the targets, the strategies and policies, and of course, what are the risks? As always, the strategies, policies, and risks are always financials. They have financial impacts. It has key performance indicator of a company. So unfortunately, right now, in terms of our financials, so later on I'm going to discuss with this one, in terms of our financials, the ESG report is not that easy to understand. So later on, I'm going to discuss with you what has been happening. And after that, I'm going to discuss with you what is the impact to the financial statements. Okay, so right now my discussion is going to focus on the ESG. A while ago, we discussed about the company's asset. But in your front, I'm discussing about the ESG because I think in order for you to be able to understand the environmental impact, you need to be able to understand the high level. What is actually the ESG? In the ESG is environmental, social, and governance. So when you talk about ESG, it doesn't talk about environment alone, climate alone, no. We have environment, which is the green gas emissions, air quality, energy management, water waste management, ecological impacts. So this is what's most popular right now, just because we really can feel it. Everybody could understand the floods, the recent earthquake, right? So all these impacts really impacts our life. So, but other than that, other than the environment, we, as part of the ESG, we also have the social capital, which is human rights, community, customer privacy, data security, until selling practices and product labeling. When we talk about this information, these are the things that impacts the lives of the people, impacts the life of our customers, our suppliers, our vendors. So these are the things that we need to take into consideration when we are talking about ESG. Another thing, human capital. So it talks about label practices, employee health and safety, employee management, diversity, and inclusion. Once you go out and be part of a working population, you will notice that these are things that really important for the employees. So we need to be able to understand the labor practices, what are the health and safety that they have, as well as the diversity and inclusion. So other than that, we also have the model, business model innovation, of course, the product design. How do they do packaging? Does it impact, does it have green packaging and things like that? So supply chain management, physical impact of climate change. The next one is leadership and governance. At the end of the day, if the tone at the top is not really good, it will impact the company. So business ethics, competitive behavior, systematic risk management, those are the things that we need to understand when we talk about ESG, when we talk about sustainability report. Okay, can we go to the next, please? So my point is, if we talk about ESG, while it is true that the environment is really, really important right now, please don't forget the others. So it also impacts the company's asset. It also impacts the financial statements, especially because you will be part of the employees one day. You're going to work. These are the things that will impact you on your decision making as well. Okay, what is the driver? Why is it really, really important right now? If you talk about ESG, it seems that everything does not have any financial impact. It's just you feel it, what is the employee practices. But the truth is, every action in the ESG has a financial impact. So these are the forces driving action on climate sustainability. ESG, I think you always hear it right now because you hear it from the shareholders, regulators, public. The truth is you hear it because it has a financial impact to the companies, to the people. So for example, in the financial cost, US 101 billion. So that is the impact cost of natural disasters in Asia Pacific in 2020. So if that is the case, this is just 2020. We don't even know what is the impact of just the recent one, the Turkey earthquake. We also have some floodings in other parts of the country. So this alone, financial cost alone, really, really impacts and will have a financial losses in terms of the shareholders. So how are they going to do it? Manage costs from more frequent and intense extreme weather events. The other one, if you notice, so many companies right now really wants and pledges to have a net zero economy. So for example, China, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand announced time-bound target to reach net zero. How about in Indonesia? Do you know if Indonesia has net zero target? Anybody here? No, yeah. So actually in Indonesia, we do have. The promise, the pledge is by 2060 or earlier, we're going to have a net zero. That's why so many regulations right now, so many companies are trying to change their business model. They want to start with the state-owned companies, enterprises, and then later on, hopefully it will be included to the listed and then to the other companies as well. But the plan is to have that net zero by 2060. Actually, I've been talking with so many companies right now, and it's not very far, especially with the amount of investment required. Okay, in terms of investor expectation, about 61.7 billion value of Asia Pacific, and I mean Asia Pacific only. Oh, can you go back? Value of Asia Pacific-based ESG funds. So these are the funds that is coming from the investors, which is based on the investors' expectation for the ESG practices, ESG financing. So what they say is that rising from 1.5 billion in 2018 now. So imagine the growth from 1.5 billion in 2018. Suddenly in 2020, we have 61.7 billion in terms of the value of the ESG funds. Once you go into working, once you work, definitely this number is going to increase further. In terms of customer demands, of course, it's about 32 trillion. This is actually because of the Gen Z. The millennials and Gen Z, you people are the ones who's really driving forces on this one, which is very good because the consumers, they are demanding for a greener, better packaging, products, and infrastructure. And I think it's very good. In terms of employee expectation, about 25 to 50% expects that there will be a reduction for the turnover just because of a better employment. Shareholder pressure, in 2020, there are about 233 shareholders who signed for a better, greener infrastructure. And then sustainability reports. Business commitment, net zero. 200 of the world's largest businesses committed to net zero by 2050. Again, in Indonesia, we do have that by 2060. The last, in terms of technological advances, I think China has dedicated about 100 billion, Japan 25 billion, and India about 11 billion to the energy transition. So there has been a transition of an infrastructure to make it from brown infrastructure to make it a green infrastructure. What does it mean? Remember when I said Pa Jokowi has pledged net zero by 2060. So one of the things that they started is, for example, for the PLN. The PLN has embarked from a fossil fuel. Right now, from fossil fuel, they are now moving to a cleaner, greener energy. And in fact, by last 2021, PLN, it's the first time that the PLN has more renewable power energy compared to the fossil fuel. That is because of the regulator coming from the net zero pledge coming from Indonesia. So this is how this driving climate and sustainability drivers has pushed so many companies to take a look at their strategies, their services, and the way they do business. Because there's so much requirement and so much numbers. And the numbers are really significant. Okay, let's go to the next, please. So now that we understand the ESG, now that we understand the impact, so what is it for the companies? Why is it important for them? For the few years, companies are doing sustainability reports specifically for the energy, specifically for environment and social, not so much on the governance, environment and social, just because they feel it is important, one of the pillars of their companies. But right now, there are so many companies who's including it as part of their reporting. It is part of how they report to the shareholders. Why is that? Investors' company right now with better ESG performance attracts more capital. So that is the main reason. Right now, they don't see ESG as one of the, community service only. Not just to improve your relationship with your community, but more on this is something that the investors want. So what we see right now is that companies with better ESG performance attracts more shareholders, investors. Investors are now closely watching the ESG trends. They want to understand what are the key issues, what are the consumer demands, and then they want to understand how well the companies are coping with it. What are the infrastructure they are changing in order to be able to serve these demands? They believe that the higher ESG performance, means and correlates with the higher returns, lower risk, and long-term business sustainability. It's all about sustainability for the companies, of course. So, for example, what does the company want? And I'm going to focus first on the environment. The way that business operation either deplete, preserve natural resources, or understands the impact of their products to the natural resources. So more or less environmental KPIs include what is the green gas emissions, the water use, deforestation. So those are the things that they include right now. How do they use toxic chemicals? And then of course the air and water. So these are the things, especially for the environmental, the things that they check in order to and assess what are the company doing in this area, and then are they mitigating the risk? Are they doing something about it? Because if not, they would rather not invest. So companies right now want to understand, investors right now want to understand what the companies are doing towards these areas. So now the problem right now is that there is no quality ESG data. So right now, there is no quality ESG data that help them support the decision making. So what they need is that what happening right now is that companies need to provide this ESG data in order for them to raise the capital that they need to expand. So ESG investing relies on the principle that actually it's a long-term creation share value. And later on, you will always hear the long-term creation value, because this is the notion that the topics which are important to the customers, to the suppliers, to the employees, and to the communities should factor in the decision-making of the company. So that is what you call long-term stockholder value creation. So whenever an investor invests, they want to understand what is the long-term stakeholder value creation of the company. Do they prioritize it? So it's not just about they call it wealth creation for business owners. It's not just about the wealth creation right now. How much is the return to the business owners? So the investors right now is looking for a long-term value. How are we going to be sustainable? It means how are they going to are the company addressing the needs of the employees, customers, suppliers, communities? Because if not, there's a possibility there will be the company will not be sustainable. So whenever, for example, I go for a meeting, talk with the clients, one of the things that they want to understand is, how can I show my investors that we do have plans and these plans are working? So this one is one of the things, especially for this year, last year and this year, the investors are seeking understanding of what the company's plans, targets, and of course the strategies in order for them to have this better ESG information. And then later on, how are they going to have this better data, ESG data? Okay, can we go to the next, please? Okay. So again, a while ago, I was saying that investors are looking for the better data. Investors want to make sure that that the company is more or less providing and supporting the plans, the infrastructure of a greener infrastructure, a better governance, a better social responsibility. Other than the investor, or because the investor requires it. Actually, within Asia, this is the Asia, what's happening in Asia right now. So now all the regulators are requiring mandatory ESG reporting. So before, there is a mandatory financial statements. I know many of you are accounting students, so you understand what financial statement is. Financial statements, we do have the financial information and all those things. And on a yearly basis, we release statutory reports. So right now, in so many countries all over the world, we also have a mandatory ESG reporting. So what is the landscape in Asia right now? Actually, I do have, even in US and EU, they do have like this, but I want to focus on Indonesia first. So in terms of the phase approach, in what is happening in Indonesia, let's start with Indonesia. We do have a phase approach for mandatory reporting. There is a mandatory reporting for sustainability report for financial institution plus listed companies. So later on, if you become part of financial institution or listed companies, this is one of the reporting that they would require from the company. So the plan is all listed companies and financial institutions to comply by 2025. But it started, I think, by 2020 or 2021. They started with financial institution, and by 2025, the hope is that all financial services industries plus listed by 2025, everything will be in accordance, will have a sustainability report. So this is under POJECA 51. Now, what about the other countries? The other countries in terms of New Zealand, they have full mandatory climate-related reporting from 2023. And then from Hong Kong, comply or explain, what they want is that listed issuers are required to issue sustainability report. Let me read it from here. And then, so comply or explain means if you cannot comply, you need to give us good reasons. So it will be similar with Singapore. Singapore is also comply and explain. Currently, listed issuers are required to prepare annual sustainability report and then mandatory climate-related disclosures. What I know from our colleagues from Singapore is that even right now, they are requiring assurance for the sustainability report. So that is something that they want to understand and want to add in terms of regulatory. In terms of Japan, similar, comply or explain from 2022 companies of the listed in the prime market should collect and analyze climate-related risk. And then Malaysia, they also require qualitative mandatory reporting. That would be from Malaysia. Philippines, similar. It will be comply or explain. You are required to comply with the sustainability reporting. So my point is so many companies right now wants to understand and requires companies to have sustainability report. Later on, I'm going to show you how it impacts you as a financial accounting students, because the truth is, just maybe for the longest time, I was thinking sustainability report is not for auditors, not for accountants, because it's more about environment. It's more about governance or social activities. Why is there a need for an accountant or an auditor to be part of this one? Later on, I'm going to show it to you. So this is the regulatory requirement. Can we go to the next, please? So that is what's happening in Indonesia, in Asia Pacific right now. Now I want to focus on Indonesia. In Indonesia, there is a task force comprehensive corporate reporting, TFCCR. So what happened is that there is a formation of this task force in response to the development of sustainability disclosure. What happened is that they want to make sure the sustainability report are comprehensive, comparable, and reliable. Later on, I'm going to show you that there are so many standards, indices, rating boards that can be used. So for example, in our financial statements right now, everybody, all the companies, except the smaller one, which uses SME accounting standard, but more or less, most companies are using PSACA. So whether you have company which is based in Jakarta, company based in Surabaya, you will still use the same standards, meaning you can do comparative analysis. What happened right now is that in terms of sustainability report, they use so many different standards. One company cannot be compared to the other just because, for example, one company is using PSACA, the other company is using US GAAP. I'm using accounting standards just because I think we are more familiar in that area. So what happened right now is in terms of sustainability reporting, so many companies are using different standards. What is the impact? The impact is that you cannot compare. So because of that, they have this task force, especially for Indonesia. But I think later on, I'm going to show you that this started in EU when they have the IFRS regarding the sustainability. So they consist of various representatives of regulators, government, professional association. They socialize the effort. What is the plan? They want to have a more comparable sustainability report. So the investors, once the investors comes in they would be able to understand what is the sustainability efforts of the company, how does it relates to the financials. For the longest time, I think the company all over the world are using different standards. But right now, they want to make it comparable, reliable, and something that can be used and understand by everybody. So that started in 2020, and last year, November last year, during the G20 in Bali, the Indonesian Institute of Accountants announced in the B20 forum they are now actively involved in formulating strategic recommendation in Indonesia's G20. There was a memorandum of understanding between the CADIN and EAE regarding the strengthened information disclosure. And then the last one is EAE's commitment to prepare sustainability disclosure standards, which is aligned with the International Sustainability Board, or ISSB. Later on, I'm going to discuss regarding the ISSB, but in a nutshell, what is happening? Right now, the EAE is the Indonesian Institute of Accountants. What happened is that this organization has promised to really coordinate and make sure that the sustainability report really reflects what is happening on the company. There will be standards, regulations, maybe some reviews going to happen in the future so that if somebody looks at the sustainability report, they can rely on that area. So that is what's happening right now. So later on, you as a students right now and later on be part of the workforce, this is some of the standards, regulations that you're going to look at. Because accountants, auditor, financial experts right now cannot just look at the financial statements and disregard the ESG factors. This is something which is important for the investors, therefore important for the company. Okay, so let's move, please. Okay, next. So I know again, we are talking, the topic for this one is supposed to be about the company's assets, but I cannot discuss about the company's asset without discussing what is the financial structure, what is the requirement in terms of the regulation, in terms of the investor. That is the reason I'm talking about the sustainability report. Now, now what happened is that sustainability report has been gaining importance. It has been gaining importance whether it is because of the regulator requirements or investors or the company itself. The company really wants to have a very good ESG. What happened right now is that sustainability reports are increasingly being greenwashed. Anybody of you who's familiar with the greenwash term? Yeah, at least somebody here familiar with the greenwash. So in fact, the IMF says labels have become an increasingly important driver of fund flows, especially in the retail segment at the market. That is what they've said. So, but the question is, what is greenwash? Why are we saying that so many companies are increasingly being greenwashed? Greenwashing is the practice of marketing a company or organizations so they appear more environmental friendly, even though it's not true. So they say they are more ecological, they use more natural products, healthier products, something which is free of chemicals, less wasteful natural resources. But in practice, actually, their activities are polluting the environment. Greenwashing is therefore considered as a form of abuse and misleading supporting sustainability reports. So because more and more companies, more and more investors, regulators, consumer wants to understand the sustainability report, so many companies right now are more or less providing information which is not exactly what they were doing. And this is not limited to the small companies. There are so many big companies right now who's doing some greenwashing. So these are some examples. Even number 10, if you look at the number 10, number 9 and 10, Shell, and then Unilever. So these are companies that do greenwashing. Why? Because they keep on seeing that the consumer, regulator, investor look at the sustainability report. So some For example, a classic example of this one is greenwashing when a car company they admitted in terms of if you're going to research on that area, they admitted to cheating emission tests. So they said that their emissions are low, they have low emissions and eco-friendly features on its vehicle. Turns out they are about 40 times the allowed limit. So, but they want to do this because it's very important for the investors, very important for the consumer. So the question is, how are we going to avoid this area? So the main reason what they're saying in terms of the greenwashing of the financial statement is strong appetite for green products, investments. So that's very important right now for them. Lack of standardized ESG criteria. Again, sustainability reports, you just need to report it, whether it is in accordance with the standard, whether it is true or not, nobody would know. So because of that, they can really do greenwashing of their financial reports. So that is lack of standardized ESG criteria. The next one is pressure and incentive from market consumer and non-market consumer. Because the more green, the more better their products are, they're going to have more benefits, more marketing, more consumers will buy from them. So what happens is that they really do this greenwashing practices. So in order to avoid this, since there's no specific standard that is highly reliable, comparable information, greenwashing is quite easy to do. So why and what are we doing about it? Can we go to the next, please? So this one, I just want to show to you that why it was so easy for so many companies to do greenwashing. This is what you call ESG, and it's alphabet soup of acronyms. There's so many acronyms. If you look at the sustainability reports, they can use so many standards. They can use so many ratings, frameworks, indices in the market. And nobody would say that it is incorrect because they are using a standard and there is no assurance on the area. So this one, if the company says they are using TCFD or GRI, or they are using CPD, and they compare, it is quite difficult to compare and quite difficult to assess. So what happened is that this is one of the reasons why greenwashing happens and why it is so difficult later on for the auditors, accountants, for this financial statement reviewer to understand what is happening with the sustainability report. Can we go to the next, please? So moving on. So right now, that is what's happening. So there is no standards which helps them. So in the future, and definitely once you become part of the workforce, it will be 2 years from now, few years from now, there will be a standard that's going to guide how sustainability reports are going to be reflected. So what they want. So right now, again, most of you are accounting students, you do understand what materiality means. When we have financial statement, we do have that materiality, right? Those items, things that we need to report in the financial statements. What they said is that there should be a double materiality. Financial materiality, environmental, social materiality. What is the impact of the activity? So for example, a company, the company needs to understand what are the ESG, or what is the company impact on the climate change. So from there, whatever is their plans, whatever is their structure, whatever is their infrastructure that going to do in the future, definitely it has impact financially. So if it is material, they need to include it in the financial statements. So the financial statement, the sustainability report should be aligned. For example, if the company is planning to have from green infrastructure, they want it to be from brown infrastructure, they want it to have a green infrastructure, for sure, they're going to impair their businesses, their property, plants, and equipment. What is the impact on the financials? Later on, for example, they want to change their packaging. From plastic, they want to have a more green, environmentally friendly packaging. What is the impact to their cost? definitely will be more expensive. So these are the things they want to be included. For example, their plans, their plans are included or situated in a ring of fire. For example, earthquake. If an earthquake happen, what will happen in the financial statements? Floodings, what will happen in the financial statements? Later on, I'm going to discuss further regarding that area. But these are the things that they want to understand. So if you have something environmental and social impacts or effects or practices that can materially impact the company, it needs to be reflected in your financial statements. So they want these areas to be included and reported. Can we go to the next one, please? So this is where they want. So in the future, I think in Indonesia, last time there was a requirement for the state-owned enterprises to make sure that they are going to use, it's either TCFD, the number one is ISSB. I'm going to show it a bit later, ISSB or TCFD within the next 6 months. So what does it mean? Before, the companies are using whether POJECA 51 or GRI. So right now, so they have an option. They have an option. Right now, my understanding is that on the next 6 months, there's going to be a regulation, but we don't know. There's still so many things that would happen between that today and then that time. The plan is that if the ISSB report's going to be approved, framework's going to be approved, they're going to mandate SOEs, state-owned enterprises, to have the ISSB framework. But if not, they're going to have the TCFD. But then still, discussion whether it will be implemented later on remains to be seen, but that's what's happening in Indonesia. So going back, so I said earlier that in terms of the reporting, they want it to be related to the financial statements. There are, I'm not sure if you are aware of the GRI. In terms of the GRI, they talk about what are the informations needed to be disclosed in the ESG. But this is actually more for the consumers, the community. But if an investor wants to look at the ESG practices, they want to see if this is the ESG plans, how does it impact my financial statements? Am I going to invest in this company given the type of the risk, given the type of platform they're using, given the type of strategies and plans they're going to have? So they do not want to stop on the sustainability report, what is the impact? They want to know what is it for my company, for my investment. So what happens is that under TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure, so this is climate-related only. They're focusing on the climate just because it is most important right now and something that can be computed. So they have 4 pillars. So they want to understand what is the governance, what is the strategy, how do you do the risk management, and the metrics and target. So they have some recommended disclosure on the TCFD. So that one, for example, for the governance, you do have the board's oversight, management's role, strategy, the climate-related risks and opportunities. Later on, I'm going to show to you example of this. Describe the impact of the climate-related risks and opportunities, resilience of the organization. Risk management, describe the organization processes for identifying, assessing climate-related risks. Describe organization, describe processes, metrics and targets, disclose the metrics used by the organization, disclose scope 1, 2, and 3, greenhouse gas emissions, and the last one is target used by the organization. So my point is, under the GRI, they do have some disclosure requirement as well, but under TCFD, they really want to understand until metrics and targets. And metrics target is something quite difficult to get. You need to have interview, not just the shareholder. We need to interview vendors, clients, employees. So these are the things that is needed when you do TCFD. By the way, Indonesia just recently signed to be a member of TCFD. So Indonesia right now is a member of the organization who wants to have a TCFD disclosure. What does it mean for Indonesia? Actually, there is still no requirement for Indonesia to use TCFD reporting, but we expect for the next 1 to 2 years, Indonesia will be asked to report in accordance with the TCFD because they're already member. So they want to make sure that the investors, the public, knows what is the impact of their financial report. Okay, next. This is the most recent one, which I think globally will be used in terms of sustainability reporting. Again, I will go back to our financial statement. In the financial statement, we usually have international financial reporting standards. I'm quite sure everybody here understands IFRS. This is the, yeah, I can see many people now nodding. So I can see IFRS is the standard which is uses by companies all over the world. What does it mean? If a company is situated here in Indonesia, the investor is based in US, EU, Japan, wherever part of the world they are. If they said this financial statements is in accordance with IFRS PASTI, for sure, they will be able to understand it because it is globally acceptable with frameworks and standards. So that is IFRS. What happened right now is, like what I've told you, the sustainability report is so difficult to understand, so difficult to navigate because there is no standard framework. Imagine somebody, a company here in Indonesia, using POJK 51, which is a government standard, sustainability standard. Somebody from UK, US, Japan, or whatever part of the world, they will not be able to interpret or understand what is the requirements. So it will be harder for them to invest, harder for them to read. So what happened right now is that in order to be more competitive, we want to make sure that there is one standard that can be read by everybody. And what they're saying is that the IFRS Foundation already has an experience on that area. So why not just ask the IFRS Foundation? Again, I've said earlier, I'm orang accounting. I am more on financials. I told Ibu Siti a while ago that I've been in UI, mungkin udah 6 to June for the 7 years, past 7 years, but I'm always talking about PSAKA. PSAKA atau IFRS, whether it's revenue, leases, it's all about accounting standard. And then suddenly I'm here standing in front of you talking about sustainability reports, which is actually quite far. My staff, I'm leading the ESG advisory services in Deloitte, Indonesia. My staff are actually environmental engineers because we talk about the impacts of climate. I'm the only auditor by profession in that area. But the truth is, investors, shareholders are going to look at the sustainability report. And who has the better experience? Who has the best experience in creating a framework that is acceptable, globally acceptable, but IFRS Foundation. So what happened is that they said this is still sustainability. This is still a report. So we just want somebody who's going to help us prepare a standard which can have a global baseline, build on this existing framework because there's already so many existing framework. Build on that, and then investor focus. GRI is a sustainability report, but it's not investor focus. It is more community focus. So what happened is that ISSB, under the IFRS Foundation, they developed International Sustainability Standard Board, and they created this IFRS Sustainability International Sustainability Standard Board, which actually included Technical Readiness Working Group, Integrated Reporting, the TCFD, a while ago I discussed about TCFD. They invited that, World Economic Forum, SASB, all these different organizations who are well-known in sustainability reporting. And they created a forum and take all the important information. GRI is actually not included, but they have developed this group so that we can have a framework that is globally acceptable. We have the same baseline, reliable, and comparable. So in terms of this one, it happened in November 2021, COP26. So they have created this. They have already published the IFRS sustainability number 1. And then they also published the IFRS sustainability number 2 last March 2022. The hope is that it will be approved by June 2023. If it is approved by June 2023, there's a possibility Indonesia is going to follow it. Apply for the SOE first, state-owned enterprises. Whether it will happen or not remains to be seen, but that is something in the works right now. Most companies all over the world waiting as well for this ISSB. Again, you as a future workforce of Indonesia, or if you're going to travel someday, you as a future workforce, this may be the standard you're going to look at whenever you're going to look at or see, review sustainability report. So can we go to the next one, please? So this is just a standard in terms of the IFRS Foundation. So this is IFRS S1. It talks about general sustainability-related disclosure requirement. Going back to IFRS atau PSACA, this is PSACA 1 atau IAS 1. Just the general framework. What is needed, what needed to report, what are the standards or requirements for a basic financial sustainability report. So disclose significant sustainability-related risks. The features are here. Emphasis need for consistency, requires financial statement and sustainability reports to be published at the same time. Imagine if you have sustainability plans, infrastructure, on all those things, in your sustainability report, your auditors are going to look at the financial statements. Is it there? Yeah, if you say that, you know, we have experienced some, we are going to change our inventories in the next 3 years. Did you take into consideration obsolescence of your inventory items? If you're going to say we're going to change the infrastructure from brown infrastructure to green infrastructure, it means at the depreciation. Did you consider it in your financial statements? So those are the things on the letter B. Letter C is just facilitate on different jurisdiction, because definitely there will still be some differences. So this is just facilitate how you reconcile. Next, please. Of the next one is climate-related disclosure requirements. So on the IFRS S2, sustainability 2, they now want to emphasize what are those climate-related disclosure that is needed by the company. They are emphasizing in the climate right now just because that is the most important and can easily see the impact. But later on, they will not stop with the climate. This is climate first, not climate only. There will be other disclosures later on, but they want to make sure they do the climate thing information first. So impacts of entities, effects on the entity's financials. So again, these are all impacts of the financials. Understand how management use the resources. Letter C, ability to adapt its planning, business model operations in response to the climate-related risks and opportunity. So that is what's happening in terms of IFRS, yeah, in terms of the reporting. Now, can we go to the next one, please? Okay, now the question, we are talking about sustainability report. We spoke about what is ESG, and then after that, what is happening on the financial reporting? Why is it important? We talk about how will it be reported? Now we go to a more granular level. Again, I am an auditor. I am an accounting finance person by profession. So the sustainability report in terms of company's assets for me is more on how this company's assets impact my financial statements. And later on, for sure, once you start in your profession, this is more or less the items that you need to take into consideration. There are so many happening right now, you know, in terms of climate change, deforestation, in terms of rising heat. So there's so many things that is happening in terms of our climate. But it's always, what is the impact to our financial? What is the impact to our company's asset? Next, please. So I cannot discuss about the details. Again, we do have some environmental engineers. We do have some specialists who really understand the strategies, the plans, the forecast, even the targets, who's preparing all this information. But the question is, how will it impact the financial statements? Next, please. So these are the impact of climate-related matters in the financial statements. There are two types of risk. There are two types of risk. So the first one is physical risk, which is acute events or longer-term shifts in the climate pattern. So example of that, severe weather. So if there's severe weather, typhoon, heat, and all those things, hurricane, flood, effects of rising temperature, what is the effect on our financial statement or our company's asset? The other one is transition risk. Transition risk is more on, there is a changes in policy. So pati what I've said earlier, now Indonesia has a net zero plan by 2060. Maybe you're still young, you think it's still so far. But the truth is, companies need to start planning about it because it would require for them to change their infrastructure, change their policies. It requires a lot of money and investment. They need to do it now. So changes in the policy, legal, technology as well. There might be some changes in the technology because probably they want to have a greener impact. Yeah. So reputational risk, again, I was talking about the greenwashing earlier. If the community, consumer, the public thinks that you do not prioritize ESG, environmental, social, governance, then there might be an impact on the company's brand. So that is more on transition or opportunities, reputational risks or opportunities that they never use. So there will be an impact on the financial. All this actually will impact your financial statements. So consider when making material judgment. The truth is right now, all this information should already be included in the financial statements. The problem is that not everybody is quite aware regarding this ESG. Here in Indonesia, I think not so much. The auditors not yet looking. The accountants, the one who do the reporting are not that aware regarding this. But many countries, US, EU, they're being trained to be able to anticipate all these things and put it as part of their provisions, obsolescence, or impairments. So it is already included, but if your question is how about in Indonesia, I would expect 1 to 2 years before we really become so mature in this area, but we need to start understanding right now because investors are already asking. So I was just talking with one of the CFO of one of the malls, online malls. And he was saying, I was in New York last week and they were asking me, my project is about sustainability report preparation. And then they were asking me, how's our sustainability report right now? So my point is, everybody is going to look at the sustainability practices, plans, and how it impacts the financial statements. So it includes making sure that we apply the standard properly. We, as accounting expert, auditors, sooner financial advisors, and things like that, we need to be able to understand the impact.
Sorry,
Next,
Imelda,
please.
about 10 minutes.
Yes,
Thank
Bu.
you. 10 minutes more.
Okay, thank you, Bu. So next. So these are the examples, physical transitional risk. So, so in terms of physical and transitional risk, maybe you're wondering, what are those? So for example, increased severity of extreme weather events, that will mean increased operating costs. Increased operating costs, increased cost of raw materials. Just because we are going green, of course, there will be some changes. Regulation or product services, exposure to litigation, stigmatization, shifts in consumer preferences, substitution of products and services to a more green products or emission friendly. what happened is that in terms of financial statements, there will be increased operating costs, increased insurance premium, decrease in demands, decrease in revenue maybe. So the point is everything that could be physical or transitional risk may have impact on the financials. This is something that you need to look at once you review your financial statements and sustainability reports. Next, please. Because I am an accounting background, things like that, the way I'm going to look at the impact to asset is based on the type of accounts. Inventory, for example. What we need to do is that inventory is often valued at lower cost and net realizable value. So if there's a regulatory change that renders inventory obsolete, then we need to have an additional allowance. If we have a significant weather events that causes physical damage to inventory, again, we need to have an allowance. So increase in completion cost because raw material sourcing is constrained. Then we need to understand that probably our costing will be higher, our revenue will be lower, gross profit will be lower. So climate-related matters can cause inventories to be obsolete, selling prices to decline, or cost to complete to increase. So this is one of the impacts to your asset. Next. So similar thing, useful lives of finite-lived intangible assets and property, plant, and equipment. If it is finite, so meaning they have a number of years a job. If suddenly you change your infrastructure again from brown to green, definitely the number of years is going to change. What does it mean? It means that you're going to have a higher operating cost later on, amortization out of depreciation, or you're going to impair. So if the equipment used to manufacture the legacy product will be phased out in favor of a new technology, you need to have obsolescence out of impairment, or you have to faster your depreciation. Ito ya, the life. Next, goodwill. So again, we talk about the finite ataw the PPE. Now we're talking about the infinite. For example, because of the changes in technology, your brand suddenly becomes unacceptable for most of the user, then you need to do an impairment. It's more about impairment. It's more about obsolescence. You need to understand what is the cost for that company. Next. Okay, so this is the example. If you're going to look at this, so maybe your question is, what is the example? So for example, water scarcity, impact on operations, impact on domestic water. How are they going to mitigate it? So these are the way the companies are going to mitigate. Cyclone and wind, what is the impact? Damage to building, safety of employees, increased insurance costs. So these are the things the company need to check. So again, it's always about the three items, inventories. In terms of asset, yeah, because we're focusing on the asset right now. We're talking about asset, property, plant, equipment, intangibles. So inland floods, again, what does it mean? Damage to infrastructure, tools, equipment. It will have additional cost for the company. Next, please. So this is extreme heat, extreme weather, coastal floods, similar things. So later on, you're going to get this material. It's just what is the impact of these items to the financial statements. Next. This is from Singtel. The other one is from Medco. This one is Singtel. They're talking about, these are the threats to the company. These are the vulnerabilities, and this is the solution. So they have ember attack and surface fire threats. They have tree damage. So imagine tree damage. So mungkin you're just thinking tree damage is just normal kan. But actually this tree damage located close to infrastructure could potentially fall and damage infrastructure during storm or bushfires. So these are the things that can impact your asset and needed to be in sustainability report and will be aligned to your financial statements. Next. Maybe it's quite difficult to understand here. Again, you have the risk, opportunities. You need to assess responses to climate-related risks. After that, you need to understand what is the financial impact. From there, you're going to align it to your income, cash flow, balance sheet. So this is how you're going to do the recording. And then these are the sample opportunities. This is actually MEDCO as well. This is a TCFD report. Yeah, next. So these are just all examples. Now, I talk about the difficulties in potential difficulties in ESG reporting, but I will also talk about what are the ways that will impact operation. Use more efficient modes of transport, access to new markets, move to more efficient building. In terms of positive, you increase reliability of supply chain, increase production capacity, better competitive position, increase market valuation. So these are the things which is good for the company as well once they implement ESG related improvements. So I think that's it in terms of the impact to the asset. I know I covered several things, but I was thinking I want to make sure that you do understand what is ESG, what is impact to the financial statements, and how it impacts the company. So I think that's it. Ibu, that's it.
Thank you, Milda. Let's give applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Wow, very insightful presentation. Thank you.
So much, Abu.
Well, let's see. Okay.
Let's see if
Yeah, whether the participants,
Really
following you
listen,
or
yeah. I
So
should have-
actually, yeah, just wondering when you say ESG, yeah. So we're talking about actually so many disasters, yeah, like environmental or social damage, and then causing financial impacts, right? And then at the moment, also all of you, if you aware, everything, just to like a force, everything focused to ESG. Yeah, so it's just like ESG waivers now. Yeah, even like accountant. Are you accountant? Calon akuntan. Yeah. So I believe there will be accountant like you, yeah, in the future.
Hopefully. we see
Yeah,
you.
I believe so. So even for accountant profession, they will have impact, yeah. And then
Correct, Bu.
yeah.
Actually, that's quite, I always tell that. We are accountant. Why is it I am reporting about ESG?
Yeah, what's the effect of ESG?
What's
Yeah,
that?
account for
I'm
accountant.
journal entry, debit, credit. Why am I looking at ESG?
Okay, we come
ah?
back to that
Oh,
one. Yeah. So actually, the most important thing, yeah, if you following what Imelda said before, so at the end, everything should be in the financial statements. And actually, I just want to remind all the like accounting students, for example, yeah, actually it's very basic. They have to remember basic things about the accounting cycle. You have to identify, you have to measure. So when you're talking about climate change, actually you have to identify what's the impact of this climate change to your, for example, your assets, for example, right? And then you measure what's the risk and how much the costs, for example.
Everything is about the cost.
The costs.
The cost.
And then you put it in your financial statements, yeah? Okay. And then what's one more, the most important thing, actually, even like now, so many standards, sustainability, standards may be so confusing. And therefore, like IFRS, like ISB, for example, or even now they have like sustainability board, yeah? That they already say, you mentioned about 2 standards now, yeah? They're moving forward, right?
And Boo, we have that ISSB equivalent here in Indonesia. The task force. That
The
is an
task
ISSB.
force.
Yeah.
Yes,
correct.
yes. So everyone's so serious. The government, the business,
So
all
serious.
serious.
Yeah.
And I believe all of you here are so serious, yeah, about the ESG. Now we have question and answers. Whoever wanna ask question, there will be some vouchers. Okay, everyone who participate, or maybe Imelda wanna give some question to the audience, so maybe they will get vouchers too. Okay, so we give time for them, right? Okay, anyone wanna raise hand for questions? Yeah, one from the right there. One by one. Yeah, satu langsung aja ya. Okay.
Don't make it too hard, yeah.
Your name and maybe your background a little bit and the question.
Good afternoon semuanya. Afternoon all. My name is Rian Hidayatullah. I'm from majoring in accounting. Earlier you explained about greenwashing, and my question is greenwashing illegal? And if it's legal, are there plans to tackle this issue? Thank you.
So greenwashing.
Yes.
Okay.
Greenwashing is something
you.
something quite at least for me, it's very, very important to discuss. So the question, I'm so sorry, what's your name again? Ryan. Yes, Ryan. So the question coming from Ryan is, I talk about greenwashing. There are so many companies right now who has done it. Is it illegal? Has there some companies who has been penalized? Correct, yeah, Ryan, about it. So actually, there's no standard, at least right now, there's no regulation that really provided some standard penalty on those items, because there is no standard which really says that this is the framework, which is one of the main problem of our ESG right now. There's no framework, there's no standard which says this is what you can do, this is what you cannot do, which is with regards to the IFRS. For example, in the IFRS, if there is incorrect revenue recognition, PCAOB or PCAOB, which is in US, atau somebody regulatory going to review, they have penalty because you did not comply. With the ESG, we don't have it right now. Therefore, there is a proliferation of the greenwashing. But there's a but. Even though there is no penalty, it ruins the reputation of the company, which is a bigger risk for a company. So I think there are some penalty, but not specific to the greenwashing itself. But once once your company is branded as a company which has so many greenwashing information, then definitely it will impact your sales, your credibility. It will impact your revenue in terms of financial statements, right? So again, there's no standard because there's nothing that they can use. But in terms of the risk for the company, it's really risky in terms of reputation. Yeah. Thank you, Ryan.
Yeah. So yeah, it's very interesting with this greenwashing
Actually,
practices.
When I was researching for this one, I was quite surprised because I thought small companies are going to do that. Reputable company. For example, I spoke about
IKEA
the
even.
vehicle can. It's a Volkswagen, and I can say the name because it's really documented. Volkswagen, we have
Many big companies.
Unilever, Shell. They are putting some advertisement which are not really true. Yeah.
So everything still like maybe ESG waiver. So still on the form, not on the substance, yeah?
Yes.
But
yes.
as you mentioned, because there is no standards, they don't really whether comply or not comply is not yet,
Yeah,
being
true.
having
So,
penalties.
To address that, so many companies right now, Boo, is asking for assurance.
Assurance, that's
Which is
important.
again something that the auditor's going to do later
Yeah.
on, going to be part. But I
Yeah.
think that's the only way you would really be sure that it's reliable. Boo.
So actually this ESG also big opportunities for the accountant having for the assurance. Yeah. Okay, for the
true.
next questions, any? Okay, from the middle. So yes, the ladies in the middle, and after that the front, and after that at the back. Thank you.
Hi, Mrs. Imelda. I'm Chika as a accounting student from the batch 2020. So it's a bit interesting as my question is related to what you have been saying. You mentioned a bit before on the assurance report. As far as I know, due to the huge demands, now that ESG is a big thing, ESG assurance report that are being issued by public accountants companies is hugely searched for. Since there's still no global standards or requirement, what is currently being used as an indicator used to assess the company and also issue the opinion? Does that mean that being an ESG auditors means that you have to know all the standards that are currently being implemented in the world? So perhaps that's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Nisa, thank you, Nisa. I will repeat your question if I do understand, if my understanding is correct, yeah, Nisa. So, number one, you asked whether, since there is your understanding is that there's not so many companies requiring for assurance. So, is that correct? because there's no standard right now. What standard are they checking? Number three, if we are going to do the standard, the assurance, do we really need to understand everything? Am I understanding correct? The sound, yeah. Okay. Hello? Is it okay, Boo? I think it's okay now. So I addressed the number one, assurance. In terms of assurance, actually not so many countries are using assurance right now. I know Singapore requires it. In Thailand, there are some limited, I think some companies, in Malaysia juga, some companies require assurance, but it's not required for everybody. Remember, it is only quite recently that ESG has been the top topic for investors. So the regulations and regulatory requirements wasn't able to adapt immediately. So unfortunately, you are correct. There is very few companies right now doing an assurance. And I have reviewed several assurance actually here in Indonesia. I've reviewed several assurance reports. And even the assurance that was done are not very good. So probably it's because the regulation is not there. Yeah, not yet there. So hopefully there will be more guidance later on. Again, one of the problem is that there is no standard, there is no requirement. The one auditing it, unlike financial statements, the financial statement should be audited by KAPE. So they have, as a KAPE, we have ethics. You know, we need to follow some professional guidelines. We need to follow ethical guidance. We need to have confidentiality. We need to follow CPA requirements. There are so many requirements in order for us to audit financial statements, whereas for ESG, nothing. And now, your second question, what are the assurance? Maybe, I do not know if that is the question, Mungkin, I'm just going to add. So in terms of the assurance, there are actually two ways to do the assurance. One is, no, not just two ways, but these are the popular ways. It could be in accordance with ISO. There might be some ISO requirements later on, right now being used. They use AA1000 in order to do assurance. The last one is ESI 3000. Me, as somebody coming from Deloitte, we use ESI 3000. Why? ESI 3000 really has a background. You need to follow ethics. You need to follow framework. They have a standard on how you're going to do things. AA 1000, which is used by so many boutique firms, if you're going to look at the assurance report right now, you will see that they don't use ESI 3000. ESI 3000 is more on review standards, yeah. They are using AA 1000. AA 1000 doesn't have any guidelines on how you're going to do things. Yeah, they do not have ethics. They do not have all the other requirements, CPE requirements. So I think it is less rigid compared to the ESI 3000. So that's the second one for the assurance. Now, the third question is, if you are going to do assurance, do you need to understand everything? The answer is no. Or the answer, it depends on what you're going to assure. So for example, there are two types of assurance: limited assurance and reasonable assurance. Financial statement is reasonable assurance. In order for the opinion to say that your report is in accordance with this standard, you need to check everything. You need to be able to understand all the standard. That is the only time you're going to say that this statement, this report is in accordance with whatever standard we are using. That is financial statements. But with sustainability report, very few companies uses reasonable assurance because for the same reason. If you're going to say you're going to audit it in accordance with that reasonable assurance opinion, you need to be able to understand everything. But most companies right now are just using limited assurance, meaning it's only, so for example, okay, sustainability reports talk about, for example, the company has 10 material topics. But they said, I only want to audit one material topic, maybe data gathering, maybe my greenhouse gas emission. Those are the only two things that I want to be audited. Means the auditor just needs to focus on these two areas. The rest, jangan dulu. So for example, Bu and Nisa, right now there are so many companies right now asking for audit, assurance. I never recommend reasonable assurance for the reason that I don't think they're going to pass. Kana for sure, kan. You need to understand their internal control, their reporting, and all those things, I don't think they're going to pass. Yeah, just like the financial audit. And financial audit, you've been doing it for the long time. Sampai sekarang, you don't know if the reporting or supporting data is complete, more for ESG. So for the assurance, it depends on what you want to audit, or is it limited assurance atau reasonable assurance. For most part, we would recommend them to do pre-assurance dulu. Pre-assurance meaning check first, internally check first. Are you ready? After that, limited assurance, maybe if you have 10 material topics, limited to 2 dulu. So at least you are preparing something. Maybe after that, next year, make it 3. Next year, make it 5. So don't do it one time. Yeah. Jangan bu. Gradual bu. Because this is something new for everybody. Yeah, take time to improve dulu. I think, Nisa, your question is very good. Thank you. Yes, bu. Yeah, net zero until 2060, imagine. So we're talking with some companies, big companies right now, bu. And they want to start now. The target's still 2060. Mereka bilang, it's already my pension. I will not be able to see it. Yeah.
Have much time. Unfortunately, mohon maaf ya. Unfortunately, maybe after at the back of the stage, maybe. Okay, once again, thank you very much, Ibu Imelda. Yeah, give a big applause. Thank you very much. Okay, and then we invite as the project officer to give like a token of appreciation to Imelda. Please come forward, the project officer of the 24th IAF. Okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Imelda Orbito, for the outstanding presentation and also for answering the questions. We also thank Mrs. Siti Nuriana for guiding the session well. Next, we will hand out placards to our moderator and speaker.
We would like to invite Michael Alexander Sutanto as the project officer of the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair to give the placards to the speaker and moderator. This will be accompanied by a group photo. To Michael, we welcome you to the stage.
The first placard will be given to Mrs. Imelda Orbito as our first speaker for the first session of the seminar. Thank you, Mrs. Imelda Orbito.
The second placard will be given to Mrs. Siti Nuriana as our moderator for the first session of the seminar. Thank you, Mrs. Siti Nuriana. Next, we will have a group photo with our speaker and moderator.
Once again, thank you very much, Mrs. Imelda Orbito and Mrs. Siti Nuriana for the outstanding presentation. We would also like to thank our sponsors, PwC Indonesia,
Jaringan Prima,
DQ Lab,
Cbank,
KPEI,
Hanasui,
Together,
Sobi,
Kinderi,
Fitbar,
Nutriville,
and Hangry. Not to forget our media partners, Media Group Network,
Metro TV,
Media Indonesia,
Medcom.id,
CNN Indonesia,
Trans 7,
Berita 1,
Warta Ekonomi,
Kompasiana,
Marketeers,
Jeronimo FM,
Kata Data,
Kontan,
Kabar Kampus,
DDTC News,
and BPPM Balairung UGM,
who have supported us in making this event possible.
Up next, there will be a company presentation and career event from Boston Consulting Group. Participants are recommended to ask their questions and submit their CV by scanning the QR code that will be displayed after the session.
For the representative from Boston Consulting Group, we invite you to the stage.
everyone. Good afternoon. So my name is Lavia. I'm from BCG, Boson Consulting Group, Jakarta office. So for the next 10 minutes, I will explain to you a bit more about BCG Jakarta. Maybe we can go to the next slide. Okay, so as some of you already know, we are a management consulting company. So we are a team of problem solver, innovators, builders, mentors. We work together to solve business challenges. We work in the highest level of business and government to deliver solution uh, to and to tackle the most important challenges at our times. So we currently have 25,000 employees across the world with 90 plus offices. In Southeast Asia, we have 6 offices. We have offices in Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, Singapore, Bangkok, Manila, and Ho Chi Minh. So next slide. Okay, so now we are looking for business analyst intern to join BCG Jakarta this summer. So this is like an extensive 8 weeks on the job internship experience with real case and client. So this is opportunity for you to grow and flourish with us. And for this internship, we only open for penultimate and third year student. So if you are now in the third year, you are welcome to apply. But if you are still in the second year, you are welcome to apply, but for next year. But if you are currently in final year student, we are opening our business analyst take in I think mid this year. So you can join our business analyst program as we called Emeralds program around August this year. So if you are interested to submit if you are interested to join the internship program, submit your application to the link, and or you can just scan this QR code. If you if you join this internship, you also have opportunity to secure full-time offer after graduation. Next slide. Okay, just to give you an overview about the business analyst recruitment process in BCG. So first, we call it like round 0 is the CV screening. If you pass CV screening, then we will move you to the online case experience. Then if you pass the online case experience, we will pair you with candidate buddies with our consultant at our offices to have some kind of practice case or to answer any question that you might have. And then we have first round of interview and then decision round of interview. All those steps could be finished I think in 3 weeks, if not 2 weeks. Next slide. Okay, this is the typical interview process at BCG Jakarta. So what happened after you pass the resume stage, like the CV screening stage, there are 3 rounds of interview. The first round is online case experience, which is like a case interview, but this is with some kind of chatbot. This is only like 30 minutes test, and then it's accessible anywhere, so you can take the test in campus or at your home. And then the next round is one interview with a senior consultant, project leader, or principal. And if you pass the round 2, we will have a final interview, typically with partners or managing director and partners. Next slide. Okay, this is the overview of online case experience, where after you pass the resume screening stage, we will give you a link to the test, which you can take. The time that we give to you is 30 minutes, but once you click the link, you can access the test for 48 hours. We At the end of the test, we ask you to take a video, like a short video. So webcam is needed for this test. Next slide. Okay. Okay, so this is like the overview of the case, the one-on-one case interview. The interview could take up to 40 to 45 minutes. The first 10 to 15 minutes is what we call fit interview. So this is some kind of personal discussion where we asking like your experience, your interest, your motivation, basically anything that related to your that you already put on your CV. And then the next 25 minutes is the case discussion itself. So you will discuss the case and try to crack the problem, like search for solution, and then like give the recommendation. And later at the end of the interview, we will give you time to have some Q&A session, like to answer any question that you might have. Next. Okay, so that's it from me. So if you have any question, feel free to send the email to like jackrecruiting@bcg.com. Thank you so much, everyone. Hope you have a good day ahead.
Thank you very much, Boston Consulting Group, for the interesting presentation. As the first half of the international seminar is coming to an end, we will have a break for 30 minutes. The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair are providing you with lunch that you can grab at the registration table.
We would like to remind you that participants will only receive their e-certificate if they have filled out the attendance form for each session. Please fill out the form by scanning the QR code on the screen or check out the Zoom and YouTube chat box. Please be back by 13:15 p.m. as we will start our second session by then. Thank you.
The future is the impact, and now is the time to act. As time passed, we have seen how our lives have been enhanced from technologies, machineries, and health. Humans evolve forward to accomplish their achievements to the future that they hope for. However, humans implementing their daily objectives need to acknowledge their surroundings. Climate change has surely become a hindrance for our Earth and everyone inhabiting it. The development and progress continuously developed by mankind over the last thousands of years has brought civilization to climate instability. A landmark adopting our climate change process, the Paris Agreement, aims to combat and adapt to this instability. The agreement was signed by regulators from 196 countries and has an overall goal of limiting the rise of Earth's temperature by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a way to achieve this goal, according to the United Nations, countries begin to strengthen their climate action by participating in the net zero goal, cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible, with any remaining emissions reabsorbed from the atmosphere. However, effort and action should not only be done by communities and governments, but also by businesses from all different sectors. Building climate-conscious businesses is a top priority as well as an opportunity for business leaders since half of all economic activity is reliant on the world's stock of natural assets. However, on the path towards seizing this opportunity, businesses need to make major adjustments. These include the tweaking of resource allocation, capital management, and work ethics as well as programs. On an even deeper level, they also need to pay attention to the reporting of both financial and non-financial disclosures that are affected by climate-related changes. These adjustments must be done in an effective and efficient way so that the final goal of net zero can be reached. This is where the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair comes into the picture. The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair aims to shine light on how businesses can play their role in undertaking the prevailing climate challenges and crises. With the grand theme of approaching net zero, counteracting climate change to enforce an imperishable impact, we will thoroughly discuss and bring the best approaches on how and why a business should play its role in tackling the challenges of climate change, therefore help achieving the net zero goal. In the end, this event is expected to give a good contribution in educating and providing added value related to all the topics raised for each stakeholder of the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair.
Scan kanalnya, nikmati program hiburan dan berita unggulan secara gratis. Ayo beralih ke siaran digital. Lebih jernih, lebih bersih. BTV, bersatu menginspirasi.
Dunia digerakkan oleh ribuan, jutaan, bahkan miliaran data setiap harinya. Kata Data menjadi yang pertama membangun integrasi media berbasis riset dan data untuk Anda. Menyajikan informasi yang dalam, independen, dan berbeda melalui optimasi teknologi era digital dalam genggaman. Kalau bicara pakai data.
Butuh informasi ekonomi, bisnis, dan investasi yang lengkap dan update? Anda bisa percayakan kepada Kontan. Tidak hanya dalam format cetak, Kontan juga hadir dalam format e-paper. Anda tinggal pilih setiap hari dengan harian Kontan, setiap minggu dengan tabloid Kontan, atau setiap bulan dengan Kontan edisi khusus. Untuk berlangganan format cetak, Anda bisa menghubungi kami lewat line telepon, SMS, aplikasi WhatsApp, atau melalui email.
Hai siswa-siswi Indonesia, persiapkan masa depanmu dengan pendidikan hingga sarjana. Surya Edukasi Bangsa Foundation bersama medcom.id kembali menghadirkan Online Scholarship Competition, kompetisi beasiswa terbesar di Indonesia. Raih beasiswa S1 full sampai lulus dari PTN dan PTS favorit di Indonesia. Hingga kesempatan magang dan bekerja di Media Group. Daftar sekarang di osc.medcom.id. Info lebih lengkap kepoin. Didukung oleh Online Scholarship Competition, beasiswa untuk Indonesia.
Kami hadir dengan semangat menjadi etalase beragam peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini. Berbagai isu dan pembahasan kami hadirkan sebagai asupan informasi Anda di sore hari. Dengan narasumber utama, kami menganalisa serta memaknai lebih dalam setiap peristiwa. Dapatkan informasi terbaru di Metro hari ini. Setiap hari, live jam 4 sore. Berbagai peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini
dan menjadi sorotan publik akan kami ulas di Prime Time News.
Kami menyajikan dialog-dialog mendalam dan up to date dengan narasumber yang relevan.
Kami memberi makna
dalam setiap peristiwa.
Prime Time News, setiap hari jam 5:30 sore.
The future is the impact, and now is the time to act. As time passed, we have seen how our lives have been enhanced from technologies, machineries, and health. Humans evolve forward to accomplish their achievements to the future that they hope for. However, humans implementing their daily objectives need to acknowledge their surroundings. Climate change has surely become a hindrance for our Earth and everyone inhabiting it. The development and progress continuously developed by mankind over the last thousands of years has brought civilization to climate instability. A landmark adopting our climate change process, the Paris Agreement, aims to combat and adapt to this instability. The agreement was signed by regulators from 196 countries and has an overall goal of limiting the rise of Earth's temperature by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a way to achieve this goal, according to the United Nations, countries begin to strengthen their climate action by participating in the net zero goal, cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible, with any remaining emissions reabsorbed from the atmosphere. However, effort and action should not only be done by communities and governments, but also by businesses from all different sectors. Building climate-conscious businesses is a top priority as well as an opportunity for business leaders since half of all economic activity is reliant on the world's stock of natural assets. However, on the path towards seizing this opportunity, businesses need to make major adjustments. These include the tweaking of resource allocation, capital management, and work ethics as well as programs. On an even deeper level, they also need to pay attention to the reporting of both financial and non-financial disclosures that are affected by climate-related changes. These adjustments must be done in an effective and efficient way so that the final goal of net zero can be reached. This is where the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair comes into the picture. The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair aims to shine light on how businesses can play their role in undertaking the prevailing climate challenges and crises. With the grand theme of approaching net zero, counteracting climate change to enforce an imperishable impact, we will thoroughly discuss and bring the best approaches on how and why a business should play its role in tackling the challenges of climate change, therefore help achieving the net zero goal. In the end, this event is expected to give a good contribution in educating and providing added value related to all the topics raised for each stakeholder of the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair.
Scan kanalnya, nikmati program hiburan dan berita unggulan secara gratis. Ayo beralih ke siaran digital. Lebih jernih, lebih bersih. BTV, bersatu menginspirasi.
Dunia digerakkan oleh ribuan, jutaan, bahkan miliaran data setiap harinya. Kata Data menjadi yang pertama membangun integrasi media berbasis riset dan data untuk Anda. Menyajikan informasi yang dalam, independen, dan berbeda melalui optimasi teknologi era digital dalam genggaman. Kalau bicara pakai data.
Butuh informasi ekonomi, bisnis, dan investasi yang lengkap dan update? Anda bisa percayakan kepada Kontan. Tidak hanya dalam format cetak, Kontan juga hadir dalam format e-paper. Anda tinggal pilih setiap hari dengan harian Kontan, setiap minggu dengan tabloid Kontan, atau setiap bulan dengan Kontan edisi khusus. Untuk berlangganan format cetak, Anda bisa menghubungi kami lewat line telepon, SMS, aplikasi WhatsApp, atau melalui email.
Hai siswa-siswi Indonesia, persiapkan masa depanmu dengan pendidikan hingga sarjana. Surya Edukasi Bangsa Foundation bersama Medcom.id kembali menghadirkan Online Scholarship Competition, kompetisi beasiswa terbesar di Indonesia. Raih beasiswa S1 full sampai lulus dari PTN dan PTS favorit di Indonesia. Hingga kesempatan magang dan bekerja di Media Group. Daftar sekarang di osc.medcom.id. Info lebih lengkap kepoin. Didukung oleh Online Scholarship Competition, beasiswa untuk Indonesia.
Kami hadir dengan semangat menjadi etalase beragam peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini. Berbagai isu dan pembahasan kami hadirkan sebagai asupan informasi Anda di sore hari. Dengan narasumber utama, kami menganalisa serta memaknai lebih dalam setiap peristiwa. Dapatkan informasi terbaru di Metro hari ini. Setiap hari, live jam 4 sore. Berbagai peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini
dan menjadi sorotan publik akan kami ulas di Prime Time News.
kami menyajikan dialog-dialog mendalam dan up to date dengan narasumber yang relevan.
Kami memberi makna
Dalam setiap peristiwa,
Prime Time News, setiap hari jam 5:30 sore.
The future is the impact, and now is the time to act. As time passed, we have seen how our lives have been enhanced from technologies, machineries, and health. Humans evolve forward to accomplish their achievements to the future that they hope for. However, humans implementing their daily objectives need to acknowledge their surroundings. Climate change has surely become a hindrance for our Earth and everyone inhabiting it. The development and progress continuously developed by mankind over the last thousands of years has brought civilization to climate instability. A landmark adopting our climate change process, the Paris Agreement, aims to combat and adapt to this instability. The agreement was signed by regulators from 196 countries and has an overall goal of limiting the rise of Earth's temperature by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a way to achieve this goal, according to the United Nations, countries begin to strengthen their climate action by participating in the net zero goal, cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible, with any remaining emissions reabsorbed from the atmosphere. However, effort and action should not only be done by communities and governments, but also by businesses from all different sectors. Building climate-conscious businesses is a top priority as well as an opportunity for business leaders since half of all economic activity is reliant on the world's stock of natural assets. However, on the path towards seizing this opportunity, businesses need to make major adjustments. These include the tweaking of resource allocation, capital management, and work ethics as well as programs. On an even deeper level, they also need to pay attention to the reporting of both financial and non-financial disclosures that are affected by climate-related changes. These adjustments must be done in an effective and efficient way so that the final goal of net zero can be reached. This is where the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair comes into the picture. The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair aims to shine light on how businesses can play their role in undertaking the prevailing climate challenges and crises. With the grand theme of approaching net zero, counteracting climate change to enforce an imperishable impact, we will thoroughly discuss and bring the best approaches on how and why a business should play its role in tackling the challenges of climate change, therefore help achieving the net zero goal. In the end, this event is expected to give a good contribution in educating and providing added value related to all the topics raised for each stakeholder of the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair.
Tes, tes. Halo semuanya.
Berarti nggak aneh kan? Apa mau dari belakang? Enggak. Enggak, maksud gue di sini. Buat orang situ, nggak mungkin.
Oke.
Dia galak pol. Dia galak pol. Tuh kan. Tuh, lu diliatin tuh. Jahat. Nah, Michael. Dia lu aja yang briefing Michael. Nah, yang tadi gue mau itu.
Cing, turun, turun, turun. Cing. Cucu.
The future is the impact, and now is the time to act. As time passed, we have seen how our lives have been enhanced from technologies, machineries, and health. Humans evolve forward to accomplish their achievements to the future that they hope for. However, humans implementing their daily objectives need to acknowledge their surroundings. Climate change has surely become a hindrance for our Earth and everyone inhabiting it. The development and progress continuously developed by mankind over the last thousands of years has brought civilization to climate instability. A landmark adopting our climate change process, the Paris Agreement, aims to combat and adapt to this instability. The agreement was signed by regulators from 196 countries and has an overall goal of limiting the rise of Earth's temperature by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a way to achieve this goal, according to the United Nations, countries begin to strengthen their climate action by participating in the net zero goal, cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible, with any remaining emissions reabsorbed from the atmosphere. However, effort and action should not only be done by communities and governments, but also by businesses from all different sectors. Building climate-conscious businesses is a top priority as well as an opportunity for business leaders since half of all economic activity is reliant on the world's stock of natural assets. However, on the path towards seizing this opportunity, businesses need to make major adjustments. These include the tweaking of resource allocation, capital management, and work ethics as well as programs. On an even deeper level, they also need to pay attention to the reporting of both financial and non-financial disclosures that are affected by climate-related changes. These adjustments must be done in an effective and efficient way so that the final goal of net zero can be reached. This is where the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair comes into the picture. The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair aims to shine light on how businesses can play their role in undertaking the prevailing climate challenges and crises. With the grand theme of approaching net zero, counteracting climate change to enforce an imperishable impact, we will thoroughly discuss and bring the best approaches on how and why a business should play its role in tackling the challenges of climate change, therefore help achieving the net zero goal. In the end, this event is expected to give a good contribution in educating and providing added value related to all the topics raised for each stakeholder of the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair.
Scan kanalnya, nikmati program hiburan dan berita unggulan secara gratis. Ayo beralih ke siaran digital. Lebih jernih, lebih bersih. BTV, bersatu menginspirasi.
Dunia digerakkan oleh ribuan, jutaan, bahkan miliaran data setiap harinya. Kata Data menjadi yang pertama membangun integrasi media berbasis riset dan data untuk Anda. Menyajikan informasi yang dalam, independen, dan berbeda melalui optimasi teknologi era digital dalam genggaman. Kalau bicara pakai data.
Butuh informasi ekonomi, bisnis, dan investasi yang lengkap dan update? Anda bisa percayakan kepada Kontan. Tidak hanya dalam format cetak, Kontan juga hadir dalam format e-paper. Anda tinggal pilih setiap hari dengan harian Kontan, setiap minggu dengan tabloid Kontan, atau setiap bulan dengan Kontan edisi khusus. Untuk berlangganan format cetak, Anda bisa menghubungi kami lewat line telepon, SMS, aplikasi WhatsApp, atau melalui email.
Hai Hai siswa-siswi Indonesia, persiapkan masa depanmu dengan pendidikan hingga sarjana. Surya Edukasi Bangsa Foundation bersama Medcom.id kembali menghadirkan Online Scholarship Competition, kompetisi beasiswa terbesar di Indonesia. Raih beasiswa S1 full sampai lulus dari PTN dan PTS favorit di Indonesia. Hingga kesempatan magang dan bekerja di Media Group. Daftar sekarang di osc.medcom.id. Info lebih lengkap kepoin. Didukung oleh Online Scholarship Competition, beasiswa untuk Indonesia.
Kami hadir dengan semangat menjadi etalase beragam peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini. Berbagai isu dan pembahasan kami hadirkan sebagai asupan informasi Anda di sore hari. Dengan narasumber utama, kami menganalisa serta memaknai lebih dalam setiap peristiwa. Dapatkan informasi terbaru di Metro hari ini. Setiap hari, live jam 4 sore. Berbagai peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini
dan menjadi sorotan publik akan kami ulas di Prime Time News.
Kami menyajikan dialog-dialog mendalam dan up to date dengan narasumber yang relevan.
Kami memberi makna
dalam setiap peristiwa.
Prime Time News, setiap hari jam 5:30 sore.
The future is the impact, and now is the time to act. As time passed, we have seen how our lives have been enhanced from technologies, machineries, and health. Humans evolve forward to accomplish their achievements to the future that they hope for. However, humans implementing their daily objectives need to acknowledge their surroundings. Climate change has surely become a hindrance for our Earth and everyone inhabiting it. The development and progress continuously developed by mankind over the last thousands of years has brought civilization to climate instability. A landmark adopting our climate change process, the Paris Agreement, aims to combat and adapt to this instability. The agreement was signed by regulators from 196 countries and has an overall goal of limiting the rise of Earth's temperature by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a way to achieve this goal, according to the United Nations, countries begin to strengthen their climate action by participating in the net zero goal, cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible, with any remaining emissions reabsorbed from the atmosphere. However, effort and action should not only be done by communities and governments, but also by businesses from all different sectors. Building climate-conscious businesses is a top priority as well as an opportunity for business leaders since half of all economic activity is reliant on the world's stock of natural assets. However, on the path towards seizing this opportunity, businesses need to make major adjustments. These include the tweaking of resource allocation, capital management, and work ethics as well as programs. On an even deeper level, they also need to pay attention to the reporting of both financial and non-financial disclosures that are affected by climate-related changes. These adjustments must be done in an effective and efficient way so that the final goal of net zero can be reached. This is where the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair comes into the picture. The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair aims to shine light on how businesses can play their role in undertaking the prevailing climate challenges and crises. With the grand theme of approaching net zero, counteracting climate change to enforce an imperishable impact, we will thoroughly discuss and bring the best approaches on how and why a business should play its role in tackling the challenges of climate change, therefore help achieving the net zero goal. In the end, this event is expected to give a good contribution in educating and providing added value related to all the topics raised for each stakeholder of the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair.
Scan kanalnya, nikmati program hiburan dan berita unggulan secara gratis. Ayo beralih ke siaran digital. Lebih jernih, lebih bersih. BTV bersatu menginspirasi.
Dunia digerakkan oleh ribuan, jutaan, bahkan miliaran data setiap harinya. Kata Data menjadi yang pertama membangun integrasi media berbasis riset dan data untuk Anda. Menyajikan informasi yang dalam, independen, dan berbeda melalui optimasi teknologi era digital dalam genggaman. Kalau bicara pakai data,
butuh informasi ekonomi, bisnis, dan investasi yang lengkap dan update, Anda bisa percayakan kepada Kontan. Tidak hanya dalam format cetak, Kontan juga hadir dalam format e-paper. Anda tinggal pilih setiap hari dengan harian Kontan, setiap minggu dengan tabloid Kontan, atau setiap bulan dengan Kontan edisi khusus. Untuk berlangganan format cetak, Anda bisa menghubungi kami lewat line telepon, SMS, aplikasi WhatsApp, atau melalui email.
Hai siswa-siswi Indonesia, persiapkan masa depanmu dengan pendidikan hingga sarjana. Surya Edukasi Bangsa Foundation bersama Medcom.id kembali menghadirkan Online Scholarship Competition, kompetisi beasiswa terbesar di Indonesia. Raih beasiswa S1 full sampai lulus dari PTN dan PTS favorit di Indonesia. Hingga kesempatan magang dan bekerja di Media Group. Daftar sekarang di osc.medcom.id. Info lebih lengkap kepoin. Didukung oleh Online Scholarship Competition, beasiswa untuk Indonesia.
Kami hadir dengan semangat menjadi etalase beragam peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini. Berbagai isu dan pembahasan kami hadir informasi Anda di sore hari. Dengan narasumber utama, kami menganalisa serta memaknai lebih dalam setiap peristiwa. Dapatkan informasi terbaru di Metro hari ini. Setiap hari, live jam 4 sore. Berbagai peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini
dan menjadi sorotan publik akan kami ulas di Prime Time News.
Kami menyajikan dialog-dialog mendalam dan up to date dengan narasumber yang relevan.
Kami memberi makna
dalam setiap peristiwa.
Prime Time News, setiap hari jam 5:30 sore.
The future is the impact, and now is the time to act. As time passed, we have seen how our lives have been enhanced from technologies, machineries, and health. Humans evolve forward to accomplish their achievements to the future that they hope for. However, humans implementing their daily objectives need to acknowledge their surroundings. Climate change has surely become a hindrance for our Earth and everyone inhabiting it. The development and progress continuously developed by mankind over the last thousands of years has brought civilization to climate instability. A landmark adopting our climate change process, the Paris Agreement, aims to combat and adapt to this instability. The agreement was signed by regulators from 196 countries and has an overall goal of limiting the rise of Earth's temperature by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a way to achieve this goal, according to the United Nations, countries begin to strengthen their climate action by
Our 50-minute break has finished.
We welcome you back to the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair International Seminar.
The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair is in collaboration with Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia.
We would also like to thank our sponsors, PwC Indonesia,
Jaringan Prima,
DQ Lab,
Cbank,
KPI,
Hanasui,
Together,
Sobi,
Kinderi,
Fitbar,
Nutriville,
and Hangry. Not to forget our media partners,
Metro TV,
Media Group Network,
Media Indonesia,
Medcom.id,
CNN Indonesia,
Trans7,
Berita 1,
Warta Ekonomi,
Kompasiana,
Marketeers,
Jaringan FM,
Kata Data,
Kontan,
Kabar Kampus,
DDTC News,
and BPPM Balairung UGM who have supported us in making this event possible.
We are now moving on to the second session with the theme of Navigating Investors' Path, Incorporating Climate Risk Consideration Within Investors' Portfolio Assessment. This session will be hosted by Mrs. Desi Juliana, also accompanied by our speakers, Mrs. Putri Nur Astiwi, Mr. Lufaldi Hernanda, and Mrs. Shanti as our next speakers.
We would also like to introduce you to our moderator for this session. Mrs. Desi Juliana is an investment director at Carbon X Investment. Mrs. Desi has over 15 years of experience in investment, business finance and accounting, as well as audits. Prior to her position as the investment director at Carbon X Investment, she worked at Global Green Growth Institute, an intergovernmental international organization that promotes green growth as their green investment specialist.
Before we start the session, we would like to mention that any questions for the speakers can be asked by raising your hands. Meanwhile, for our online participants, you may use the Zoom chat box.
We also have exciting news for all offline participants. The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair is giving you special vouchers with Hana Sui for any offline participants who participated in the Q&A session. Without further ado, we are pleased to invite Mrs. Desi Juliana as our moderator to start the second session.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Hendrik and Seva. And thank you for everyone who's staying with us since the morning sessions. Welcome to the second session. The second session will be titled Navigating Investor Path, Incorporating Climate Risk Consideration Within Investor Portfolio Assessment. I'm pleased to be here to moderate the second session. Without further ado, I want to call the three speakers, which is representatives from private sectors and regulator bodies. Yeah. I'm gonna call Ibu Putri Nur Astiwi. Silakan. Putri Nur Astiwi is a banking and investment portfolio professional. She earned Bachelor of Economics in the University of Indonesia, majoring finance, cum laude, wow. Then she continued her study as student scholar and earned Master International Business and Management in the University of Groningen, the Netherlands, also cum laude. She has over 8 years experience in financial institutions, including receiving investment license and certified of financial planner. Currently, she is an analyst in PT Batavia Prosperindo Asset Management. She has genuine interest in sustainable issues and received several awards for her writing. Wow. And continue to the second speaker, Bapak Lufaldi Hernanda. Welcome, Pak. Bapak Lufaldi Hernanda is currently a part of Direktorat Pengawas Aset Digital at the Indonesia Service Authority, or OJK. He has an extensive experience in corporate sustainability with more than 18 years experience leading a range of sustainability advisory services in the power and renewable energy industry. Mas Lufaldi was the director at Solacer Industry. He was also led, supported, and advised sustainable initiative in various companies. Thank you, Pak, to be here. And the last speaker is Ibu Riri Santi. Please welcome Ibu Riri Santi. Riri Shanti is the AKSP Assistant Director of Bank Indonesia Institute, ya. an organization that focuses on providing an atmosphere conducive to learning, study, and research through creations of competent human resources in the economic and financial sectors, using the best faculty management and mutually beneficial strategic partnership. She has master from Australian National University, business administration in finance. Yeah. Prior to her current occupation, she has been a bank supervisor analyst and senior analyst for several years. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
All right. So concerns about climate change and its impact on society have sparked a new investment conversations. Companies previously has, I believe, do little to protect the environment and promote social inclusions. However, nowadays there's increasing demand from the regulatory body, from Pak Aldi, from Bu Riris, to protect and promote social inclusions. And this increasing demand, also there's increasing awareness from the public. Investors now began to incorporate ESG aspect into their investment assessment. We are honored to have these three distinguished speakers today with us. They're gonna explain and discuss how investors incorporate climate risks into their portfolio, as well as the role of regulators pushing financial institutions to promote and mainstreaming ESG aspect into their decision making. We'll start the sessions with the presentation from Mbak Putri Nur Astiwi. Mbak Putri, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mbak Desi, for the introductions and for the opening. I'm Putri. I work in fund managers Indonesia called Batavia Prosperindo Asset Management. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for joining here, both offline and online. Today, I would like to discuss about how we incorporate ESG factor into investment decisions, and by answering three major questions. So if you see in the slides, perhaps.
Can we maybe the organizer on the presentation?
Okay, next. Yeah, so I would like to discuss with answering these three major questions. First, why we have to consider ESG factor into our investment process. And second, I would like to elaborate, give an example for the ESG investing and strategies. And finally, I will give you a brief example how we integrate and incorporate ESG factor into the investment process. So without further ado, and the first questions on why we have to consider ESG, especially for the climate change. Next. Next. Okay. Maybe for Indonesian audience, these two news. So the first news is about the Freeport mining. If you heard maybe a few weeks ago, there was a big flood in the Grasberg mining. So it disrupt the business of the Freeport because the Grasberg mine, the infrastructures disrupt, and even the company stated that they cut the forecast of the sales. So because of one big flood, eventually it disrupt the business. That's one news. And the second news, we see, I think this is the global news, happened 3 years ago. So it is a California power utility company, PG&E. The company went bankrupt just because more fire lawsuits happened during 2014 to 2018 because of more fires due to their equipment, utility equipment. So based on these two cases, did you know that this what's the major cause? Is it because floods, or it's because the fire? Is an unfortunate event? Might be, but think for sure climate change make this issue worsens, yeah. So the disruptions of the business or even the went bankrupt is partly worsens by the climate change. If you see in the next slide, yeah. For the company, for the first one, the Freeport mining, they have to do the temporary shutdown because of the flood. The occurrence of flood is because of the extreme weather. So we know it's because of climate change. And the second one, the fire, maybe we think, yeah, it's because of just fire lawsuits, right? But eventually, because of the extreme weather, low humidity, strong wind, it creates more fire hazards, and it leads to the fire lawsuit, and eventually the company went bankrupt. So these two is just only two simple examples how the climate change could disrupt of the business. So that's why we have to contribute and take a step and take an actions just to contribute, prevent the climate change. Yeah. Next slide. So understanding climate change, what is actually, we talk about the climate change, what is the climate change itself, right? So the first one is the simple way is climate change is changing the global atmospheres. That's one part. So that's why we experience the climate experience on the variability on the extreme weather. But you know what's the main cause? So it's from us. So again, it's attributed by the human activity. So it's because of us and come back again with us. If you see the picture here, there is solar power. Is actually in the natural conditions, it should be bouncing back from the earth to the back to the space. That's the naturals because of we have this atmosphere. But because we have a change of the global atmosphere attributed by our activity, because of the carbon, for example, the carbon dioxide, so it went back. So it trapped back to the earth. That's why we call it a global warming. That's caused by the head trapping greenhouse gases, or sometimes we call it GHGs. Yeah. So that's why in COP21, we know in the Paris agreements, all the governments in the world promise to keep average temperature globals to be well below 2 degrees Celsius. That's the calculations of the experts scientists. Don't ask me why on the number. But you know, only 0.5 degrees Celsius, it really create change. Its matter worsens. Even if you do not do anything, every year it will disrupt. It costs 5% GDP on the world. But if it's not included all the impact, the other more systemic risk. If you include all the risk on the systemic, it will disrupt cost almost 20% of the GDP of the world. If we if we do not act or doing something, yeah. So that's huge cost that we have to burden. That's why we have to act. We collaborations, yeah. Next slide. Yeah, I already mentioned on the case that's from the extreme weather. So basically the channel of the risk is two: physical risk and a transition risk. So what I already explained before, it's for the physical risk because of the extreme weather, then it will create disruptions on the physical asset. But second one is the transition risk. I sit here with the regulations, and I know later on they will explain on the regulations path to the carbon and so on. So the changing of the policy, it's also become risk for us as a business, as an investor. So we have to adapt eventually and go to these transitions. And also another risk is a technology, because all people now concerned about the clean technology. That's why it's innovations. We have to keep it up with the innovations that conduct by the other competitors. So this is also the risk on the technology, and also the customer preference, the changing of the demand. I read the study. 75% millennials, when they decide the investment or when they decide on choosing the product, they consider about this sustainability issue. So millennials, people and Gen Z, especially now, is like talking about the green sustainability now. So it creates change for the demand. Maybe boomer or Gen X doesn't think about it, but now the future generations having more thought on the sustainability. So it creates change the demand. What if you do not think about these two risks? Actually, as shown in before in the case earlier when in the earlier presentations, it will disrupt the business. For examples like the utility company I mentioned, they went bankrupt just because of fire hazard happened during when they operate. And not only the economy, it make a spillover effect to the financial system, because part of underlying like the equity or the corporate bond fixed income, the underlying is from the real sector. If the real sector affected because of the climate change, eventually the derivative, the securities also affected. So that's why it create negative look back again to the economy. So we have to stop one this negative look back and do something to at least mitigate these two channel risks, the physical risk and the transition risk. Another things why we have consider ESG is there are opportunity. Even though there are risks, yes, but there are some opportunities as well that we as an investor could tap in. So in the next slide, please. There are four major innovations that we could tap in. So the first one is the clean tech innovations. As we know that there is a wind power or solar panel that the financings that we could tap in. And second one is the circular economy. This is from during my master study in Netherlands. They quite focal on this circular economy. Say how this is the economic models, how they prevent or at least reduce the waste. So, for example, in Jurong Islands, they have products and they have waste, and it's used back as a fish stock animal farm on inside the Jurong Island. So they make all these waste come back as an input in their another business process. So it's like minimize the waste. And the third one is the green and ESG product. If it's some in the capital market, there is a thematic bond, like a green bond, like SDGs bond. That's investment that we could tap in. And the fourth is blue economic. Maybe you are confused. There are green, there are blue. Well, the blue is about the oceans. Actually, ocean is most over exploited because of we are doing, for example, we are using the plastic. There is a waste in the oceans that's disrupt on the ocean. So we have to think about the sustainability use of the ocean itself. So this opportunity that we could tap in the blue economic also. So there are four opportunity, new investment point of view that we could explore. Next. Okay. And next, things why we have to consider is actually climate change is become main agenda. This is the climate World Economic Forum. So in the left side is a year of the World Economic, and the one to until this is like the rank. So the color represents what's the main topic discussed in the World Economic Forum. So if you see like 2007 until 2014, the blue color dominated. The blue means for the economic one, but recently 2015 until 2020, it's changed to be green. So yeah, World Economic Forum talking about environment. The first they talk about the economy, now they talk about the environment. So this is changing, like all the world, even in the economic forum, they discuss about the environmental. So that's why we are, as a business or investor, has to join and contribute on the environmental. So that's become the clear top agenda there. Next slide. So those raise opportunity and main topic in the World Economic Forum. That's why we have to consider ESG. So the question is how and what the ESG investing itself. So in the next, yeah. So there are several investments that we weigh strategies. So the first one is the full ESG integration. So basically for the investment, our investment process, you can integrate for all the ESG factor inside that. Later on, I will discuss on this. And second, this easiest one, you create a tick box list that you could not invest on that. So create a checklist. And if the sectors could not comply with the checklist, then you exclude to invest in that sector. That's a simpler way. And the third one is a norm-based screening. It's similar like the second one, but it's typically like the Sharia. So it's based on the ethical or maybe religion-based of the criteria. And the fourth one is positive alignment or best in class. So you divine into the best ESG methodology and divine which sector that interests to invest. So and create the index. So makes the best ESG performance that you can have, and we call it best in class list. Yeah. Next, for the sustainability theme investing, you can do a more thematic bond. For example, like you want to finance for clean energy, or you can finance for demographic or water. Yeah, it's depend on the sustainability theme that you would tap in. Next is impact investing. That's investments. Specifically, they could count your impact. So you literally invest on not only think about the financial return, but you also measures the impact investing. In here, sometimes we have called the product is a sustainability linked loan. Yeah, there's also growing on investment on this. Sorry for the right, I think it's changing because a different PowerPoint, so it's kind of messy, the slide. Sorry for that. Next slide. Yeah, so this is the chart showing which investing or strategies that in the world most usually adapt. The first one is ESG integrations. Although that this is the first one and it's growing in terms of number, but there is a discussion itself on how they define the ESG, how they incorporate ESG, because it's quite huge. Sometimes the standard between countries also different. And even there is a issue on the greenwashings. They just relabel their green their existing product as a part of green. So there is a challenge there, but I think it's okay to have a step on consider ESG factor. Yeah, it's okay to have the beginning start. Later on, we can strengthen on the standardizations. That's why we have regulator, we have policymaker to have the standardized, yeah, to standard the ESG factor or standard that we have to comply. And another strategy, and that's easiest way, as I mentioned, on exclusionary screening. And sometimes we do the engagement. If we think the company doesn't comply on the ESG, we can do by voting, or we can just discuss with the committee and put ESG factor as the agenda. So that's also how we, as an investor, could influence the real sectors to think about the ESG factor itself. Next slide. Okay, so the final questions, how do we implement the ESG factor? I know there are a lot of ways to do this, but here just give you a number of examples. Not all the company will do the same, indeed, because all the company have different goals, but I just give quite an example that how we incorporate the ESG factor into the investment process. Next slide. Yeah. Typically, on the investment process itself, we have three major, like the round here, three stage: research, And then afterwards, we do the valuations on the security, both in the fixed income and the equity. Later on, we incorporate in the portfolio level. So all the ESG factor we consider on those steps. Later on, I will discuss. But how we incorporate it? Basically, two approach that we use. There is a qualitative and quantitative approach. What's different is the qualitative is like the opinion. So you have your company or your internal research do the judgment on the how ESG issues could how you can incorporate in your, for example, financial forecast or your investment decision. So that's based on the subjective judgment. But the second one is the quantitative approach. That's more statistically. You create the ESG score based on the number that you obtain from third-party data, or for example, carbon disclosure for the companies. But unfortunately, in Indonesia, for example, for the carbon disclosure itself, is still developing, and I think that's the process. That's the challenge right now. But I think going forward, because of the concern from the regulations and then the policymakers, now I think they need to push for the company disclose their carbon. Later on, we can use for this quantitative approach more better. So that's the how we integrate. But how we integrate those two into all the stage, I will explain more in the next slide. So next, yeah. This is how we integrate in the insight round is at the research level. So we can use from SWOT analysis, or you can do in research, or make internal report, or you create watch list, red flag, and you can do company questionnaires and ask feedback from the company, or you can do feedback again to the companies, and you can do individual engagements or collaborative, or even collaborations with the policymaker to engage the companies, and do your right for vote and think about the ESG factor, and also you put the ESG agenda. Maybe I give an examples how we do the materiality map. So we divided into several sectors that we typically invest, and we incorporate the key major factor on environment, socials, or governance into each sector. This become the baseline later on if you would like to use not only on the research level, but you can use in the valuations and the portfolio later on. So this is just for the fundamental research that you can hold. Similar with this, you can implement this idea into the SWOT analysis and incorporate ESG factor. The next slide is the valuations. Yeah, in the security level, actually you can do in the right side is a fixed income, equities, and balance fund. So on the fixed income, it's actually the same for the forecasted. Sometimes fixed income more on focus on the how they finance the capacity to our debt affordability. While equity sometimes for more on the valuations on the share price. So ESG factor basically could affect or influence our business. You can adjust on the sales growth, you can adjust on the margin, you can adjust on your discounted cash flow. Even you can adjust your assessment on the ESG factor into the valuations of the share price. For example, maybe on the if you have a company with strong customer satisfactions or strong employee relations based on your assessment through maybe questionnaires or discussion with the company, later on you can adjust in the sales growth. Or another things, because we're talking about the climate change before, so it's more the carbon intensity company. For example, you found one company could produce based on the carbon disclosure they have, or based on your discussions, based on your assessment. This is the company that really have a high carbon intensity. So you can adjust on how you evaluate this company. There's a race on the carbon tax, because now regulations talking about charging the carbon tax. So there's the risk on that and especially for the project later on, for examples like the Freeport company that I mentioned before, that's the mining sector. Sometimes they expose on this extreme weather. And if they want to more have the new projects, they have more cost of that because of, for example, the extreme weather disrupt, you have more financing need to recover the existing assets that disrupted by the climate change, for example. So there is a increased concern on that, on debt. Eventually, if increased debt concern, it will reduce your debt affordability. Eventually, it will lead rating and even the default, like the first case that I discussed you before. So that's pretty serious how we incorporate the high carbon intensity into our assessment. Next, you can do valuation ratio, especially for this is for the equity. You can do judgments by the absolute number or just make it up for the valuations ratio. For example, you see one company have strong ESG factor, so you can invest, yeah, because one company, say a company A is have a strong ESG characteristic, has strong ESG collaborations, so you can you are willing to purchase or invest in the stock even with the 50% of the premium with PE right now, or otherwise if you see the companies has the high risk, so you will tap in invest on share, just discount 50%. So that's how just evaluate the PE, or it could be absolute. If the average is, for example, 14 times, if the company with strong ESG, yeah, you can assign the fair value is, yeah, it could be 16 times and the otherwise. So you can adjust based on your assessment into your PE or the valuations in the share price. Next slide. Yeah, this is the example on the portfolio level. I will discuss on the EU. So we know that Europeans, especially for the environment, they have more established industry on developing this corporate for the capital market. So even they create the climate benchmark that we as an investor could use. So it's for equities and corporate bond. So they, for example, the first one is EU Paris Aligned Benchmark. As I also mentioned before on the Paris agreements, the target for 2 degrees Celsius. So they create the roadmap how the company, how the investment could follow this benchmark. So by using, for example, they have to invest the company with reduced emissions intensity at least 50%. And for the portfolio, they have to break down for one for the brown and green, and not invest on the fossil fuel. For example, for Paris Aligned Benchmark, but other benchmarks more or less stringent. It's a EU climate transition benchmark. It's just require 30% intensity reductions earlier, and for the green bound investment, yes, you can do equal, and maybe you can still for permit to invest on the fossil fuel, because again for Indonesia, fossil, we are really a huge exporter on the coal, right? But we cannot ignore that our luxury and our wealth on coal, but they have to do the transition, so we could not ignore it itself, right? So that's why this number 2 is still less stringent, opening the opportunity, like for example in Indonesia, if you would like to tap into the coal, but maybe we have to discuss on the, for example, the coal company, how they have the transition path going forward. Yeah. Next, you can do assessment on portfolio level based on this three. Basically, is how for the portfolio level itself, you can incorporate this based on the strategic asset allocations or the tactical asset allocations. As I mentioned before, that for example, the climate change impact on the equity. Some some sector pretty sensitive with the change of regulations, some sector pretty sensitive on the change of the macroeconomic, so you can adjust your exposure or weight into those sectors. Or another one is for the fixed income, some like Indonesians or the regulations. Maybe for the investor, we invest not only the sovereign Indonesia, we invest for the across global. We can incorporate which countries that have a strong ESG, for example, or more concern on that. So that's we can adjust on the fixed income or the corporate bond. Actually, it is act like the equities, which company that have more ESG sensitive or not. So we can adjust your exposure on allocations on there. And or maybe alternative, maybe you can invest on rate or property over there. So you can adjust your diversifications accordingly based on your ESG target. Think that's all for the portfolio. For the other, you can do adjustment on the risk and other. Yeah. Okay, this is the end of. Yeah,
Thank you so much, Mbak Putri. I'll just call Mbak sama Mas ya, so we have more like closer gap with the audience. With this call Mbak and Mas. So based on your presentation, we can conclude that indeed climate change poses risk in business operations. You mentioned about physical risk and transition risk, that the mindset of people currently changes into a more sustainable business operations. And we can learn that indeed ESG investing strategy has increased, yeah. Compare in your charts, there is comparison between 2016 and 2022. And regarding the evaluation of investment, investor can put discount or premium based on ESG factors because some companies pose greater risk to environment and socials rather than the others. Thank you, Mbak Putri.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe I just say hello to the audience here. May I know, is it all from accounting or from different major? From accounting, raise your hand. Okay, so a lot of from accounting. Are you interested in investment or maybe work in investment firms? Who are interested in working in investment firms? Only one? Two, okay. So after this, you can contact Mbak Putri.
Sure, if you
Okay,
please.
so let's continue with the second presentation from the regulator body representative. The first presentation from Mas Aldi from OJK. Mas Aldi, the time is yours.
Check. Thank you, Ibu. Yeah. Thank you, committee, for inviting us through this event. We do hopefully can share a little bit about the regulators related to the sustainability finance. And the committee give me like 15 minutes, but I do hopefully can give like 10 minutes, so then we can have a bit much more on the discussion. But however, next slide. I think we're gonna cover like 3 agenda for today presentation from OJK. So I'll be sharing a bit on the general ideas on the sustainable finance, and then the second one is roadmap and policies related to the sustainable finance. And then I think third one, it's one of the thing that I don't know, maybe we are all here aware that it's coming, yeah. So everyone is talking about this, you know, number 3. So let's see whether we can discuss a little bit today. But however, before I start the like sharing, I really want to thank to those 2 mbak-mbak, yeah, because I won't be here without them. I mean, they are the one who completed all the PPT in one night. Yeah. Can you imagine that, from the scattered information, and then they did it in one night. So thank you, Mbak Fira, Mbak Endah. Okay, next slide. Yeah, well, it's a pretty much general terms on the sustainable finance, and then why are these are very important for all of us, because I think everyone knows then it's a impact of climate change, and then we have to act now related, related to the any type of business. Yeah, think about maybe one day you want to be like a project developer, or maybe this side want to be regulator, or maybe those side one day want to be CEO of a banking, you know. So I think this part of the important steps for all of us, so then we can learn and then see, and then at least we can predict what the future business, yeah. And then I think that's why this topic is very important for all of us, yeah. And then I think I want to highlight related to the new business perspective, yeah, in this slide. So think about like 10, 20, 30, maybe 50 years ago, when maybe your parents, my parents, and all of us parents want to start the business, what type of question that we're gonna ask? Like, think about if we want to invest in something, there's always return that we are asking, right? How many percent of the IRR, right? How much is the return that I get before I invest? How much is the NPV? Yeah, but it was like long time ago. Now, as regulators and policymakers and also other project developers, we want all the stakeholders in worldwide, we want to also discuss about not only asking from, I would say, a financial return. So one day, whenever we are, staying and then working, and also whether it's as a regulator, project developer, as I mentioned before, we want all of us ask ourselves, like, okay, financial is important, but don't forget about the social, environment, and government. Okay, so think about one day, whenever you guys invest in money in some sort of the project, you have to ask, like, how big is this company impact to the environment? Okay, how much is the emissions that you guys emitted to the atmosphere, and then how benefits this company and also business impact to the social living around the project. So I think by having this same perspective, I believe we can save the world. Yeah, so that's pretty much the highlight of this slide. We want to all together, not only from regulatory perspective, we want to change the perspective how we see the business. Yeah. Okay. Next one. Next slide, please. Yeah, I think in this case, I don't want to repeat what Ibu Putri already shared a little bit the climate change, and I believe I think everyone already aware. Yeah, I mean this type of climate change issue, it's no longer like a niche market in terms of the how we get the knowledge. Yeah, I mean everyone, I think since yeah, preliminary school, or maybe there is a specific subject discussed in the university, I believe, about climate change. So, but I don't want to kind of a little bit more detail. But if you guys can see the pictures, you can see clearly the world is changing, right? And then we have to act. We have to do something instead of only seeing these pictures, because we can see clearly from the pictures, you know, before and after. But if you don't do anything, think about maybe, I don't know, next 50, 100 years, we cannot longer holding ice cream outside, you know, so it's automatically melted. So think about the future, okay? So I think climate change has a very, very like a big impact and important for all of us. Yeah. Next one, please. Yeah, same with this. I believe maybe future generation, if we don't do something nowadays, then I don't know, the future, maybe you guys cannot see anymore those type of, you know, before the climate change, you know. So, but again, I mean, and again and all over again, I would say, um, it's happening. Yeah, it's happening, and everyone has to do something, including all of us here. Okay. Next one. Okay, when it comes, well, the slides before it were about the global, okay? When it comes to the national perspective, there are a lot of activities, a lot of regulations, a lot of laws already stipulated by the government. So we've stipulated a lot of like regulations to drive these actions, you know, on the climate change. And then one of the most important regulations is, if we are all aware, related to NDCs, yeah. And then, but if you haven't seen the document, you just simply Googling and then find the enhanced NDCs, you know, and then you can finally see these all numbers. So the NDCs is type of a document showing to the world that Indonesia has a specific targets in terms of the reduction of the emissions. Yeah, so we committed already to international. So by 2030, by 2050, we want to reduce how much of the emissions, and how big is the value of those emissions, you know, compared to the finance. Yeah, and you see the number of, you know, 3,000 more trillions rupiah, you know, related to those emission reductions program. Okay, next one. And in terms of the main stakeholders for driving the sustainability and then sustainable finance, there are a lot of important roles, including OJK. And then all I'm saying here, OJK is not working alone. Yeah, so like OJK, Bank Indonesia, the Ministry of Finance, LPS, also we are kind of coordinating and also working together to really you know, drive the sustainability finance in Indonesia. And what are the products from each of the institution, you can see, yeah. But however, related to the OJK, I think somehow in the next slide, I'm going to share a bit the regulation that we stipulated related to sustainability finance, yes. But however, this type of I would say the Indonesian financial system, yeah, to drive the sustainable finance itself. Okay, so next one. Okay, the roadmap. Okay, the roadmap. As I mentioned to you before that, we've done a lot of things, yeah, and then a lot of regulation, a lot of activities to drive this sustainable finance. And then next one, next slide, you can see, next slide, please. Yeah, you can see type of, well, I think we are all aware, before we do something specific, we always have like a house, like a vision of mission, right? And then in this case, in terms of the master plan of the sustainable finance, you can see at the bottom, you know, green box on the pillar, there's a small box, you know, saying that sustainable finance. So that's why this sustainable finance is very much important for Indonesia, because again, I mean, we have seen a lot of impacts, you know, to some other provinces, you know, in Indonesia related to climate change. So they are type of the vision of mission, the master plan of the sustainable finance, yeah. And then the right side of the slide, you can see type of like products from OJK perspective. We have launched a lot of reference, regulations, guideline, so then the business owner can use, so then they can think a little bit more clever, I would say. So they have to think about the greener activities. They have to think about the more benefits to the social environment and also the overall business. Okay, next one. The journey, of course. Again, I mean, as I mentioned to you before, a lot of activities that we have done, and you can see from the 2015 until now. I don't have to explain like one by one because I think it takes like 1 month to explain.
And your time only in 2
Yeah,
minutes.
2 minutes. So, but however, there are a lot of also strategic initiatives, yeah, 2022 to 2023, and one of them the carbon exchange. And then right now, I think if you guys see the news, there's going to be the carbon exchange regulations stipulated by OJK, where all the participant of the business owner are now very interested to see what are the products. Yeah, I also cannot very detail talking about those because it's still on draft version. But we believe we all will kind of hear a good news sometime in Q3 maybe. Yeah, maybe latest Q4 of 2023. So yeah, we all do hopefully, happening. Yeah. Okay, and next one. I think that's all for the journey. Next slide, please. Yeah. Well, again, I mean, the stakeholders related to the sustainable finance is not only, regulator, business owner, and also the policymaker. So you guys can see all the type of activities that we have done in terms of the awareness. So yeah, okay. 2 more minutes. Yeah, okay. We can go a little bit more quick. Next one, okay. Because this one is one of the most important that I want to share to you. Next slide. Okay. So I would say the 2 parts in the middle of this box, it's gonna be like happening this year. Okay, so there's gonna be carbon exchange related to the cap trade and tax, which is the product. It's like PTBA PU, and then also the offset of the greenhouse gas. Yeah. So I think I think that's all pretty much from me, and I'm looking forward for discussion.
For the audience, what is carbon exchange? What maybe
Yeah.
is that like shares where people can buy? What is carbon exchange?
Yeah, just a very quick question into quick answer to that question. So carbon exchange is literally helping like a project owner or a business owner to do something, to offset their emissions and to buy the allowance. Yeah. And then but all I'm saying, there are 2 products. Yeah, there are the allowance carbon and then the offset. Yeah. I think later on, yeah, we can discuss. Otherwise,
okay.
it's like too much.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you have seen like the Gojek app,
Yeah.
there is a carbon footprint. You can buy carbon units based on you use the Gojek ride or GoCar. Yeah, it's similar like that. Later on, like if you have experience buying shares, you can buy a carbon unit later on. That's quite interesting. Thank you, Mas Aldi. Yeah, I think the OJK roles in the financing sustainable project and business is very important. I think we agree that transition to green is not cheap. It's very expensive. I think the role OJK to push financial institutions or financial services to take part in financing green projects really important. And OJK did already publish a series of roadmap, including the sustainable finance roadmap, and also supporting for carbon trading mechanisms in Indonesia. Thank you, Mas Aldi. Okay, yeah, we got a round of applause. And we'll continue for the next representative from regulator body from Bank Indonesia, Mbak Rirish Santi. The title of the presentation is Climate Action to Combat Climate Change as a Bank Indonesia Green Initiative. Mbak Rirish, silakan.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mbak Desi, and also thank you, Pak Aldi, already make my presentation will be shorter because several slides maybe I can skip before because OJK actually have the same intention with Bank Indonesia. So we are coordinating how to set sustainable finance in Indonesia. Well, first of all, thank you everyone. Thank you so much for the committees for inviting me. Thank you for having me here to share what central bank perspectives on the climate change. So maybe we can go to the next slides. What agenda that we have today. First of all, maybe I will talk about the background, the urgency of the climate change for the central banks, and then we go through the global central bank initiatives to the climate actions. And then the last is we will discuss Bank Indonesia green initiatives. So we go to the next slides. I think the next slides is about the climate change economic risks. Yeah, I think Mbak Putri has already also discussed about the physical risks, about the potential of transition risk according to the climate change. But economically, we in a central bank also have a concern regarding how the impact of the climate change to the macroeconomic. For this information, maybe I can share to you that our GDP will be have huge losses in the 2048 according to the research of the Bappenas. And this will increase if we don't have climate action for mitigate the risk. For the investment opportunities, we have risk, and risk also comes with the opportunities. I think for the investment opportunities have been discussed by Mbak Putri, yes, so we can go to the next slides about the risk, the implication of the climate risk to the monetary sector. For the monetary, we know that climate risk can have impact to the, for example, agriculture productivity, and that will impose the inflation because the demand and the supply of the goods will be not in the balanced level. And also we have exchange rates pressure due to the capital flow shifting, because a customer or investor maybe they have shifting their preferences to the green investment, while we in Indonesia currently we are assessing as the brown economy countries. For the financial stability impact, as Mas Aldi has already discussed, that there will be a risk to the financial sectors. For example, the credit risk, market risk because of the stranded assets. That's finally will impact the macroeconomics. So here, the central bank roles will impact to, we need to have a policy that will keep the sustainability of the economic growth. So here, our central bank roles is ensuring, we need to ensure the financial sector's resiliency. We need to support the just, orderly, and affordable transition, because as Mbak Desi said, that transition is need a huge financing for transition to from brown to the green one. So this is because the financing in our national capability is currently quite limited. So we have to set on to think what other possibilities that can we support for this sustainable finance. So the next slide, please. So for covering the green finance, we also together with OJK and also other members of Financial Stability Committee, as mentioned by Mas Aldi, we coordinate to support the green financing, how to make the low or moreover zero carbon economy in the next year, because we have NDC target as we commit to the Paris Agreement in 2030, and we collaborate also with other ministries outside of the financial stability committees. We coordinate how to promote this green economy, this sustainable finance around Indonesia. Maybe next slide, please. Kinds of the coordination that we have already set with other regulators, not only in financial sectors. In financial sectors, we try to promote the green financing to bank and the other financial institution. In OJK, will focus on the micro level, while we in Bank Indonesia are focused on the macroprudential sectors. And for the household, for the MSMEs, and also for the corporate, the real sectors is also, we encourage them to environmentally and friendly business, to do the green business. And we start from building the awareness and then going to the financing, and then OJK maybe will regulate how the green loan for that household MSMEs and also the corporate sector. While the Ministry of Finance, they will act with the fiscal instruments such as the carbon tax. They will do the fiscal sectors for establish the green economy. Then maybe we can go to the next slides about the central bank's initiatives. Yeah, we first discuss about what have been said by the international institution. Maybe, first one, we have NGFS, and then we have FSB, we have BIS, and also G20 Sustainable Finance Working Group, and also currently this year we are the presidents of the ASEAN. Through this of institutional arrangement, they have sets of recommendation. Maybe we can go to the next slides for the NGFS, for examples. They recommend the central bank, the financial sector regulation, and also banks and financial institution to set an integrating climate-related risk and financial stability monitoring and micro supervision. So all of the financial sector regulators will involve in this recommendation. The second one, the recommendation is about integrating sustainability in their portfolio, as well as the bridging data gaps. This is become the homework for not only Indonesia as the emerging countries, but also this has become an issue in the developed countries, because data regarding the climate risk is not much abundant like financial sector that we have, because we have set it a long time ago. Other recommendation from the NGFS is about the building the awareness and then the capability building for all the financial sectors, so they can set the standard in their institution to go for the green economy and the sustainable finance. Others recommendation also about the international consistent climate and environmental related disclosure. So this is very important for us in the financial sectors. we want to detect how green the institution. Okay. Yeah, maybe the next slide. The recommendation is from the FSB. I think is it almost the same? Yeah. If we have take a look, the block 1 from the SFC is about disclosure that is already mentioned also in the NGFS, and then the data and also the vulnerabilities and analysis and also the regulatory. All of this aspect also already discussed in different perspectives by the NGFS. And then from the next slide, we have BCBS from the FSB as the standard setting bodies for the supervision. Yeah, for Pak Aldi works in the OJK. They also have some principles for the financial institution, including banks, about the corporate governance, the internal control, the risk management process regarding the climate risk. Maybe next slide, please, to the G20 works for the Sustainable Finance Working Group. Here we have the roadmap that reflect how important these climate issues from the 2016 where the G20 China presidency have a green finance study group, and then up to the Indonesian presidency, it's a sustainable finance working group. So this is reflect the importance of the climate works, and they comes with the 5 key focus area. I think it's also almost the same compared to the previous one. They set also the market development, the information, which is refers to data also, and then the climate and sustainability risk. This is about the assessment, how a financial institution assess the climate risk impact to their operation, and for the central bank and the regulators, they will assess to the national level. Maybe we can go to the last from the global initiatives. Yeah, this is the Asian Task Force on Sustainable Finance. Here, OJK also work together with other central bank or financial sector regulators, discussing the taxonomy, the green taxonomy. So others initiative also have already set up, for example, for capital markets, for Ibu Putri's works, yeah, and for the insurance also. So that's all from the global side, and we go, next slide please, to the World Bank Indonesia Green Initiatives. So first of all, I will introduce the road to net zero emissions. Next slide, please. This is Bank Indonesia roadmap from the 2010. We start with the green banking at that time, while banking supervision is still under Bank Indonesia, and go to the formulating, and currently we are in the developing stage, where we currently discussing about what macro prudential instrument that can be set up to support the green financing. This roadmap will encourage the financial sectors, not only under the macroprudential, but okay, thank you, and others in real sectors also. Why I said that real sectors? Because in the next slides we have a property, green property. Yeah, with green LTV, we will support the investment for green property. Why? Because the green LTV will give 100% credit, so it means zero down payment for the green property. So I encourage you to invest in the green property. Maybe Mbak Putri will have an instrument for the green property. as well as for the bank. In the next slide, please, we have inclusion for the banks that banks required to have inclusion financing, but they can use the sustainability bonds for fulfilling the requirements. So next slide, we in Bank Indonesia, next slide, we propose the carbon calculator. Currently, we have already on the public expo stage. So hopefully it can also track the carbon footprint, Mbak Desi. Jadi because every corporate can use this calculation, so they can calculate how much the emission. Okay. Next, about the public awareness. This event is one of our event or public hearing, or also we usually discuss what our green policy that have been issued through this seminar or public discussion, something like that. Well, I think that's all from Bank Indonesia, from me, Mbak Desi. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Riris. Give an applause to Mbak Riris. Thank you. Yeah, again, in the presentation, you highlighted that the climate change pose risk, and you have estimated around 40% of GDP by 2048. That's the loss that Indonesia will take if we don't take actions. Yeah. When you say climate change, it's not only like, the weather getting warmer. Pandemic is one of the also climate change. Can you imagine you have like pandemic every 2 years? Yeah, think about it. That is the risk that we are facing today, and you already feel the risk. Yeah, and yeah, but the good news is that the climate change also brings investment opportunities. And thank you for all the regulator bodies who now are focusing and highlighting the climate change activities, yeah, and working together to establish various initiatives. For example, like green taxonomy. Can I have like 0% interest for green building or my green apartment? I think it would be lovely. Okay, anyway, thank you for the 3 speakers. Now we open for the Q&A sessions. We will start question from the audience. Maybe you can start by raising your hand if you have a question for speakers. Please speak your name, institutions, and and to which speaker that your question will want to be addressed.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Mathea. I am an accounting student from the University of Indonesia, batch 2020. So since the speakers, one is from OJK and one is from Bank Indonesia, which is some of the regulatory bodies and policymakers of Indonesia, I want to ask regarding regulations that are directed to small and medium enterprises. So there is, from what I know, there's a target of net zero in 2060 for Indonesia. So I want to ask, will there be some regulations that will be directed to the small and medium enterprises? And would that mean that it's going to be harder and more expensive for SMEs to emerge and start their business? Are there any programs from OJK or BI that maybe can help these MSEs, or at the same time be involved in the initiative of the net zero target? Does the question make sense? Okay, thank you for the
welcome.
opportunity.
Okay, let's just directly answer the question. So Marcella, the question from Marcella is what is the regulations for SMEs? Is there any initiative or program for the small medium enterprises, and whether they can be involved into the program and initiative? I think the question should be for the regulator bodies.
Thank you. Want to ask? Okay, thank you. Because I mentioned in my slide. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much for the questions. Yeah, it's interesting question because we know that is it difficult actually for the MSMEs to go from brown to green. That's why we in Bank Indonesia support them. Initially, we also support the funding for the transitions. So, for example, the one that initially they use the carbon intensive raw materials, then we support them to the natural or organic materials. Yeah, initially we support them in the financing, but we also teach them to move from one stage to the next stage so they can be use their own capabilities to develop their business. Yeah, it's maybe in the 1 to 1 years we then release or spin off the MSM is not in under BI financing first. Yeah, we financing the programs, and then they should going to the market and then set all everything by themselves. Yeah, initially support, but then we cannot.
So there is a support for
yeah.
SMEs,
Yes.
and that's also including grants and capacity building
Yeah,
initiative.
yeah.
Okay.
Usually it under the BI representatives in many cities.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Riris. Move forward to Mas Aldi.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's good question though. You guys representing the SME, right? One day, yeah. So related to the target of the, like, I would say the carbon, yeah. And then maybe you have heard about the carbon tax. And then it's outside of the scope of the OJK or central bank. So there are a lot of the technical ministries involved. Yeah, for example, the SME is under the, let's say, the energy sector. There will be regulation under the ESDM. Yeah, and then when it comes like SME in sectoral scope of maybe transportation, there's going to be regulation related to the carbon under those ministries. Yeah, but however, in terms of the whole sectoral scope carbon exchange, there's going to be OJK who's going to be, representing all the carbon exchange cross sector. And then I believe from top perspective, we are kind of aiming the big emitter, not the SME, at this moment. And then there are a lot of regulations stipulated by those technical ministry. For example, the regulation by Ministry of Energy, number 16, 2022. It's about the carbon emission target for electricity generation. Yeah, but it's kind of for a big player. Yeah, it's not for the SMEs. And also another ministries also will be following the same thing. So we are targeting the big player first. Yeah, hopefully can answer.
Thank you. Hopefully it can answer Marcella questions. So later on, the carbon tax only apply for big companies, not for the small, medium enterprises. Okay, so let's open another question from the audience. Please raise your hands. Yeah, please.
Okay, thank you for the opportunities. My name is Muhammad Naufal from Accounting Program, University of Indonesia. So my question is, from your point of view, what are the main barriers to investor in investing for the green sector? Thank you.
So the question can be answered by three, I think. What is the barrier for investing in green project or green sectors? Let's start with Mbak Putri.
Yeah, well, thank you for the questions. That's also interesting question though. And has been asked on the green investment. Actually, it's for the cost itself. Sometimes it's higher. Yeah, for in terms of the issuance, sometimes we have to go through for due diligence more because you have to conduct the impact for green. So you need more capex or investments. This is for the investor point of view. So you need to have more investment if you want to do the green investment. And then in investor point of view, because of higher capex, then sometimes it will risk on your existing business. We call it, oh, sorry. Yeah, we call it the transition risk. But again, there is a trade-off. Yeah, we call it a trade-off on the short term than the long-term benefit. So if you are investor, think about the long-term benefit. We could at least not ignore or just put behind the short-term volatility because of the higher capex at the initial investment. But to obtain the gain later on in the future. So I know it is challenging, even in the investor talks, why we have to invest in the green investment. Now we have like brown investment for the commodity price, for example. It's easy to have the higher price, you can get more financial return, but it's only for short term, right? So we have to think about the future itself. That's the barrier, like the mindset itself for the investor. If the mindset investor still only think about the short-term benefit, so we cannot move on, right? But eventually we live in the long term. Right? So the barrier is more the first the investor mindset. So we have to change the mindset, and the next, not only the investor mindset, the mindset of the business itself. Yeah, not all the business you mentioned that there is a challenge to implement the green or following all the complying the regulations. There is investment that you have to comply. If the business doesn't change on the green, so investor, what can we invest? So it's also the barrier for the mindset. I think the regulations, it give a push for investor mindset and business mindset to go into the green investments. That's it.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Mbak Putri, for the comprehensive answer. Thank you, Mas Naufal, for the questions. We only have 2 minutes more. Can I just have one more question from the audience? No? Okay, so maybe from Mas Aldi or Mbak Riris, do you have any insight from what is the barrier? Actually, it's also my questions. What are the barrier for investor to invest in a green project? Maybe just short.
Yeah, I agree with Mbak Putri. The first thing is mindset, because wherever the investors still thinking about higher returns, so they will only focus on what instruments that are already in the market. But maybe one other thing that I think also the main obstacles is the capabilities of the investor to assess whether the instrument is really green or no, because for certain investor that the pure green one investor, they will assess whether the instruments in the markets is already green, or maybe they think about greenwashing in there. Yeah, I think that's the capabilities also
Okay,
become
thank
the
you,
obstacles.
Mas Aldi.
Okay, I'm going to be a very quick. Becoming like regulators is not easy. So we cannot like over-regulate it in something, but we cannot also less regulation, you know. So, but we have to be smart on that, because if it's like over-regulated, that means there's always like a market maker, you know, when it comes like investment. So yeah, we have to be neutral on you know, being the regulator. That's all. Yeah.
Okay, be neutral. Okay, thank you. So I think we are in the end of our sessions. Can I just have each speaker to have the closing remark for 1 minute? What do you think about the future of green investments, and also what will be the opportunity for a younger generation of this green investment? I will start with Mbak Riris first.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I think the climate action is not really the responsibilities of a regulator here, also government, but it's all responsibilities, because if we don't start with the one unit or simple things, that will be no a huge achievement for the NDCs, because from the Paris Agreement to now 2023, I think it's a little bit slow. So I think we should have a huge impact action to achieve the net zero in 2060, and first or short term or medium term for the NDC of Indonesia in 2030. Thank you, Mbak.
Thank you, Maris. Mas Aldi.
Thank you. I think from me perspective, I do hopefully one day in the future, when you see your balance sheet, there's gonna be a carbon tax, you know, in the balance sheet. Maybe right now you're only calculating the revenue, you know, O&M and etc. But one day, maybe, I don't know, maybe next year, you will see the carbon tax on your balance sheet. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, for accountant, yeah, carbon tax in the expenses. Mbak Putri.
Yeah, so it's hard to close after the two speaker. Strong comments. But for me, I think in the futures, I hope in these events could be a start for us to start to think about the ESG factors, not only climate change, all the factor for ESG into I believe that you are guys will be the future leaders later on, future business or future investors like me later. So please incorporate the ESG factors, because the future is on us. So whether you would like to have more extreme weather or not, it's depend on you. So I hope we gonna live in the better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I can just sum up with our conversations for 2 hours with one sentence: green is the new gold. So on that note, join me to thank this fantastic panel. Please give them a big round of applause. Thank you, and please stay in the stage. There will be a placard granting, yeah, for speakers. For Michael Sutanto as a project officer, please welcome to the stage.
Thank you, Mrs. Putri Nur Astiwi, Mr. Lufaldi Hernanda, and Mrs. Virishanti for the insightful presentation and also for answering the questions. We also thank Mrs. Desi Juliana for guiding the session well. The first placard will be given to Mrs. Putri Nur Astiwi as our first speaker for the second session of the seminar.
The second placard will be given to Mr. Uvaldi Hernanda as our second speaker for the second session of the seminar.
The third placard will be given to Mrs. Rish Shanti as our third speaker for the second session of the seminar. Lastly, the fourth placard will be given to Mrs. Desi Juliana as our moderator for the second session of the seminar.
Next, we will have a group photo with our speakers and moderator. Once again, thank you very much, Mrs. Putri, Mr. Uvaldi, Mrs. Siris, and Ms. Desi for participating in our event.
With this, the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair International Seminar has come to an end.
The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair is in collaboration with Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia.
We would also like to thank our sponsors, PwC Indonesia,
Jaringan Prima,
DQ Lab,
C-Bank,
KPI,
Hanasui,
Together,
Sobi,
Kinderi,
Feedbar,
Nutriville,
and Hangry. Not to forget our media partners, Media Group Network,
Metro TV,
Media Indonesia,
Medcom.id,
CNN Indonesia,
Trans 7,
Berita 1,
Warta Ekonomi,
Kompasiana,
Marketeers,
Jeronimo FM,
Kata Data,
Kontan,
Kabar Kampus,
Diri News,
and BPPM Balairung UGM,
who have supported us in making this event possible.
Don't forget to join our giveaways so you can get the chance to win special gift boxes worth up to 5 million rupiah. Stay tuned on EF's Instagram account at EFFBUI for further information.
We would like to remind you that participants will only receive their e-certificate if they have filled out the attendance form for each session. Please fill out the form by scanning the QR code on your screen or check out the Zoom and YouTube chat box instead.
Lastly, we would like to thank all of the moderator and speakers who have given us insightful knowledge and gives us new perspectives.
Thank you to all the participants for attending our seminar. We sincerely apologize for any inconveniences or miswording throughout the event. We hope our event today's seminar enlightening and inspirational. And that is all from us. My name is Hendrik.
And I'm Sifa.
Thank you and see you on the 25th Indonesia Accounting Fair.
The future is the impact, and now is the time to act. As time passed, we have seen how our lives have been enhanced from technologies, machineries, and health. Humans evolve forward to accomplish their achievements to the future that they hope for. However, humans implementing their daily objectives need to acknowledge their surroundings. Climate change has surely become a hindrance for our Earth and everyone inhabiting it. The development and progress continuously developed by mankind over the last thousands of years has brought civilization to climate instability. A landmark adopting our climate change process, the Paris Agreement, aims to combat and adapt to this instability. The agreement was signed by regulators from 196 countries and has an overall goal of limiting the rise of Earth's temperature by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a way to achieve this goal, according to the United Nations, countries begin to strengthen their climate action by participating in the net zero goal, cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible, with any remaining emissions reabsorbed from the atmosphere. However, effort and action should not only be done by communities and governments, but also by businesses from all different sectors. Building climate-conscious businesses is a top priority as well as an opportunity for business leaders since half of all economic activity is reliant on the world's stock of natural assets. However, on the path towards seizing this opportunity, businesses need to make major adjustments. These include the tweaking of resource allocation, capital management, and work ethics as well as programs. On an even deeper level, they also need to pay attention to the reporting of both financial and non-financial disclosures that are affected by climate-related changes. These adjustments must be done in an effective and efficient way so that the final goal of net zero can be reached. This is where the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair comes into the picture. The 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair aims to shine light on how businesses can play their role in undertaking the prevailing climate challenges and crises. With the grand theme of approaching net zero, counteracting climate change to enforce an imperishable impact, we will thoroughly discuss and bring the best approaches on how and why a business should play its role in tackling the challenges of climate change, therefore help achieving the net zero goal. In the end, this event is expected to give a good contribution in educating and providing added value related to all the topics raised for each stakeholder of the 24th Indonesia Accounting Fair.
Scan kanalnya, nikmati program hiburan dan berita unggulan secara gratis. Ayo beralih ke siaran digital. Lebih jernih, lebih bersih. BTV, bersatu menginspirasi.
Dunia digerakkan oleh ribuan, jutaan, bahkan miliaran data setiap harinya. Kata Data menjadi yang pertama membangun integrasi media berbasis riset dan data untuk Anda. Menyajikan informasi yang dalam, independen, dan berbeda melalui optimasi teknologi era digital dalam genggaman. Kalau bicara pakai data.
Butuh informasi ekonomi, bisnis, dan investasi yang lengkap dan update? Anda bisa percayakan kepada Kontan. Tidak hanya dalam format cetak, Kontan juga hadir dalam format e-paper. Anda tinggal pilih setiap hari dengan harian Kontan, setiap minggu dengan tabloid Kontan, atau setiap bulan dengan Kontan edisi khusus. Untuk berlangganan format cetak, Anda bisa menghubungi kami lewat line telepon, SMS, aplikasi WhatsApp, atau melalui email.
Hai siswa-siswi Indonesia, persiapkan masa depanmu dengan pendidikan hingga sarjana. Surya Edukasi Bangsa Foundation bersama Medcom.id kembali menghadirkan Online Scholarship Competition, kompetisi beasiswa terbesar di Indonesia. Raih beasiswa S1 full sampai lulus dari PTN dan PTS favorit di Indonesia. Hingga kesempatan magang dan bekerja di Media Group. Daftar sekarang di osc.medcom.id. Info lebih lengkap kepoin. Didukung oleh Online Scholarship Competition, beasiswa untuk Indonesia.
Kami hadir dengan semangat menjadi etalase beragam peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini. Berbagai isu dan pembahasan kami hadirkan sebagai asupan informasi Anda di sore hari. Dengan narasumber utama, kami menganalisa serta memaknai lebih dalam setiap peristiwa. Dapatkan informasi terbaru di Metro hari ini. Setiap hari, live jam 4 sore. Berbagai peristiwa yang terjadi hari ini
dan menjadi sorotan publik akan kami ulas di Prime Time News.
Kami menyajikan dialog-dialog mendalam dan up to date dengan narasumber yang relevan.
Kami memberi makna
dalam setiap peristiwa.
Prime Time News, setiap hari jam 5:30 sore.
The future is the impact, and now is the time to act. As time passed, we have seen how our lives have been enhanced from technologies, machineries, and health. Humans evolve forward to accomplish their achievements to the future that they hope for. However, humans implementing their daily objectives need to acknowledge their surroundings. Climate change has surely become a hindrance for our Earth and everyone inhabiting it. The development and progress continuously developed by mankind over the last thousands of years has brought civilization to climate instability. Climate change process, the Paris Agreement, aims to combat and adapt to this instability. The agreement was signed by regulators from 196 countries and has an overall goal of limiting the rise of Earth's temperature by no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius. As a way to achieve this goal, according to the United Nations, countries begin to strengthen their climate action by participating in the net zero goal, cutting greenhouse gas emissions to as close to zero as possible, with any remaining emissions reabsorbed from the atmosphere. However, effort and action should not only be done by communities and governments, but also by businesses from all different sectors. Building climate-conscious businesses is a top priority as well as an opportunity for business leaders since half of all economic activity is reliant on the world's stock of natural assets. However, on the path towards seizing this opportunity, businesses need to make major adjustments. These include the tweaking of resource allocation, capital management, and work ethics as well as programs. On an even deeper level, they also